just to hear their perspectives on how they see this provincial conference going. You can see, I'm just going to try and bring in Mr. Mini here. Mr. Figulatis, just the future of the province of the Eastern Cape. Your national chairperson, Mr. Mantashe, said, this must not be a conference of electing leaders. You must unite one another. How far are you in uniting yourselves? As you can see, plenary is heavily divided.
At this point in time, akukabonakali signs the divisions, except ukuselebratewa kwenkomfa ekalayo. Always the inkomfa ekala ngola hlobo. The only time that is going to determine the unity is when kusenziwa credentials, and then the conference is starting. After kwenziwe messages of support, always inkomfa ibalo hlobo kodwa ungangxami wena uzawubona.
When are you going to do the credentials? Because you've now been taken to court on Dr. Khubusane region.
Yes, sivile londo, but ayikazi official apha kwinkomfa. Xa itayeza law information, it is then that the conference is going to take a decision.
Thank you very much, Mr. Figulatis. As you can see, some of the APTT members who are on the podium who are going to try and grab Ms. Stella Abrahams on their particular perspective, particularly Mrs. Abrahams. Your conference is sitting. You can see delegates, some are singing Pro Mabuya and Pro Matigizela. How are you going to unite yourselves with the court application now in court?
Well, the court application that we hear about, we have not received it yet. But anyway, our lawyers are ready to deal with anything. That's why we delayed all the processes, was we wanted to make sure that all steps are followed, due processes, and all members of the ANC that have grievances are heard. And upon the structures that are responsible for dispute resolution and adoption of particular things, that has happened. We are now awaiting a report from the Credentials Committee, and we'll come and proceed with our conference. We do anticipate at times, it happens all the time, that people go to court. But our responsibility is to make sure that everything goes according to the Constitution. And that's the only responsibility we have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stella Abrahams. On this side, that is the Alfred Nzo region, the home region of Babalo Matigizela, whom are making the change signs, particularly for this provincial conference and for him to come in as provincial chair. This is the biggest region, the R Tambo region. At the back, you've got Amatole region, which is the home region of aspirant provincial treasurer. You can just take this natural sound. That was the conference of the ANC in the Eastern Cape. Some saying booyah, some saying go, some saying come in. Babalo Matigizela or Oscar Mabuyane, come back.
All right, of course, all eyes on this conference, the 9th ANC Provincial Conference in the Eastern Cape. Our reporters on the ground there, that was Asamkele Maseko, just giving us the scenes of what is actually happening inside. But our reporter Abongile Yankees is also standing by to give us what is happening on his side. Of course, the singing that has been called to action earlier this afternoon, when the national chairperson of the ANC actually spoke out, saying that the party really now needs to start discussing unity and show unity in the Eastern Cape, because this has great bearing on the national, unity in the ANC. Of course, we leave Samkela Maseko, who is in a very, very busy and robust plenary session. The conference has not started, as we've heard. But we'll go now to Abongile Yankees. Abongile, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, tell us where you are currently in reference to where Samkele is. I mean, earlier we spoke to you and you spoke to the representatives who have lodged those court papers, that will be heard later this afternoon. At the time we spoke to you, the leadership had not heard about the court application as yet. But as we've heard from Samkele's crossing, They are now on top of it. They understand that this court case is currently ongoing. They are not worried about it, said Stella Ndabeni, and in fact said that the issues will be discussed once they start to discuss the credentials and get into the conference. What are you hearing at this point in time? All right, we seem to have lost Abongile Yankees, but we are definitely giving you rolling coverage of this conference. It hasn't officially kicked off yet, as you've seen there with the singing and, factions in the Eastern Cape always being the problem. But let's see if we've got him back. Abongile, can you hear me now?
1, 2, 3.
Abongile, can you hear me now? We've seen singing in the plenary. The conference has not officially kicked off yet. I mean, just moments ago, the National ANC chairperson, Gwede Mantashe, was addressing members, calling for unity in the Eastern Cape. What are you hearing and seeing where you are?
Well, Unati, I can safely tell you that the people who lodged this application are confident of their case. They are saying that they are willing to use their last bit of sense to ensure that the ANC is governed well. We just saw Nomvula Nonkonyane, the NEC member and head of organizing, making her way into a room not too far from me. He was met by Senzo Mchunu, also NEC member, and Dr. Aaron Motswaledi. When we tried to ask them for an interview about the matter, they're saying that it's something that they are bound to discuss now. They are saying that they are taking this seriously and that they can't afford to have an Eastern Cape conference collapsing. You'd remember that it's been postponed a number of times. They are saying that after 5, things will probably get back to return, so that if these 30 delegates or branch members get recused, the court may continue. They are saying that they've encouraged that members should not run to court and rather solve their matters within the party. Well, there's a lot of singing from where we are. If my colleague Vuyoka Zifunani could show you the entrance of the ICC, these are some of the supporters who are not delegates but have made their way to East London to sing for who they are supporting and who they will be supporting ahead of this conference. Now that it's been brought to a halt, they are continuing with their singing, and that they are also waiting for 5 o'clock, where we'll also be heading to the East London High Court to hear the judgment. But it depends what the judgment says and who will be at detriment with regard to that judgment, Unati. But conference, they are saying that must continue. It's been postponed a number of times. It must continue, and new leaders must be elected in this conference, whether it be Oscar Mabuyane or Babalo Matikizela or Mlibo Kobushiane, who say they also want this party to be united and be renewed. They're all singing that same tune. It remains to be seen, Unati.
Talked about, those that are in support of Oscar Mabuyane and those that are then in support of Babalo Matikizela. What have you heard from Mlibo Kobushiane's supporters? Because when speaking to one analyst, they said that Mlibo being there could just be a phase and not necessarily him being, in the forefront and being in the running for the chairpersonship position. And I mean, just listening to people calling out names in that plenary, his name doesn't seem to feature enough. Have you spoken to some of his supporters, and are they there in their numbers?
Well, honestly, we didn't speak to any of his supporters, but when we spoke to him earlier on this morning, he says that they slept late at night yesterday trying to be consolidated. He was saying that his people, his supporters whom are behind him, they were trying to convince him which side to go to, between Matikizela or Mabuyane, where he says that he's set to make that announcement today, but we haven't had a chance due to the events that have been unraveling here at this conference. But Mlibo Kobushiane could be a kingmaker if these numbers are even Unathi. So if he brings his members, then it boosts some of the whichever faction that he supports Unathi. But Mlibo Koboshiane, he says that he's ready to govern the province. When we interviewed him even before the conference, he said he's ready to govern the province, and he has done his groundwork on what he brings to the table, and that it would be clean governance and a corruption-free government, and an ANC that could be credible. And he says that going forward, this conference would create leaders who will be well recognized at a national level, Unathi.
Before I let you go, Abongile, I mean, I'm just looking at the time. It's 15:25. We're singing in the plenary still. No formal discussions have taken place. There is that looming court case at 5 o'clock where you are, standing, and just from your observations, do you think that matters will actually get underway before 5 o'clock?
Not at all, Unathi. The court judgment is the kingmaker from now, because these 30 delegates that are supposed to be recusing themselves are believed to be on the side of Oscar Mabuyane. And then that's a detriment to his numbers coming into this conference. So should it not take place, we'll hear from the court judgment. The East London High Court is not too far from here, so by the time we come back from court, they would have known what the verdict or the judgment. But we might go late into the night. Even in 2017, with nominations were only made at around 9 o'clock. So these delays are not something new with regards to the provincial conference of the ANC here in the Eastern Cape.
Abongile, let's leave you for now. We'll definitely touch base with you not too long from now, because we really want to see when those proceedings will actually happen. Abongile Yankees and Samkele Maseko right there in the Eastern Cape, where the action is. Of course, we are watching this conference very, very closely. And of course, that looming court case that is expected to take place.
I can see the hand. Sit down, please. Right. Let's just keep quiet. Comrades, seemingly there is a challenge here. The challenge is that there are more people than chairs. There are more delegates than chairs. Allow us to find a solution. Because with the number of chairs that we have here, I'm seeing that there are probably about 10 of them still standing. We need to find a solution for those 10 problems. Our comrades, put your hands down. Right. Because we have that problem, it's going to be very difficult to locate comrades of our town that can access the water unless there is a vacant place where you are. So it might be difficult for comrades of our town that are standing to be located here in our town if there are no vacant places to place the chair. So can we try, comrades, and resolve this issue by either, where there are vacant spaces, taking those chairs as required to come that side for those comrades to sit. Can you do that, comrades? While we are trying to address that, can you do that? While we are trying to do that. Comrades, while we are waiting for someone to deliver the microphone to the comrade, can we agree that as of now, all those empty chairs, our comrade must get them to this side, but make sure that there is an empty seat. Thank you. Is that okay? Comrades, there's someone on the floor. Sorry, comrade. Comrade, there's someone on the floor. And goes. Is a comrade.
Through your mouth and Comrade Mogo's mouth. nivumelene savuma nathi okokuba xa sibuya phakeli indlu le izawulungisa ilungelelane
of the Youth League, there where the delegation from Alfred's is now sitting. When they got in, we were seated there, but when we came back from lunch, they were already occupying our position. Now, in front of us was the Women's League. You see, next to me is a veteran of the ANC, which were allocated properly, correctly, as you pointed out, Chairperson. Now, when you find people sitting where you are supposed to sit, and they are refusing to move, you then find yourself. That's why I find myself sitting here. Initially, I was seated there, but I can't fight with a person who was, that chair is not mine anyway. I was allocated by Congress. So if we go out, because chair, we must deal with, we must be frank about these things. If we go out, we'll be attempting to delay and collapse conference, and as delegates, we're not prepared to do that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, my name is Luntu Sokutu. I am a delegate from the ANC Youth League. Now that the issue of demarcation in terms of regions and other delegations has been clarified, I move, Chair, on a motion. And the motion is that, yes, we were presented with a program that we had adopted with amendments. I now move, Chair, for a motion that we were meant to receive a political report from the provincial convener. However, I move that we defer that item and be presented and take item which is supposed to entertain conference credentials. I'm therefore formally, Chair, as a delegate in this conference, moving that we amend the program which we had adopted before conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. However, Lundu, you must understand that before credentials get presented to the House, they must be presented to the steering committee. And currently, as we are here, that process is happening. However, we must agree that as soon as that process has been completed, that credentials come and be presented to the House. So the point I'm raising, we're not going to cut corners here. We're going to stick to how we know we do things. Are you fine? Thank you. There was a third hand here. Bani, there was a third hand, but there was no Tilaka Lukazanda Makaban. You got me go foot. Comrade, okay, you will speak after that and you are the third and answer. There were 4 hands I had noted here.
Thank you, Chair. Branch delegate from Amatola region, Tikeni branch, Raymond Hlaba sub-region. Wustembele Zvuka, voting delegate. Chair, Hlame Maskale Suglungi Sapwe Taflin. This is a conference of branches of the ANC represented by delegates. Your attitude towards the plenary is quite very bad, Chair. And Chair, we must collectively, Chair, correct each other. Indlela sihlalo okhawuleza usiqoqedise ngayo, it's as if we are not in the conference of the ANC. Eyesibili sihlalo, we do understand your explanation, but it remains as an explanation, Chair.
Comrades, if we continue in this fashion, no one will finish speaking. I can guarantee you, if we continue in this fashion, no one will finish speaking. There's an order there at the back. Comrades, I'm saying, if we continue in this, because the comrade has not made his point. So can we allow him to make his point? And then after he has made his point, or in the middle of, he's only said one thing, that of about my attitude. He has not made his point. Now, once you say order before he has made, unless it's order on the point of attitude, I really don't understand, comrades. So I want to beg you, comrades, at the back with that order. Can you please allow the comrade to finish? You are not prepared to let go.
Thank you for your protection, Chairman.
Comrade, can I request you?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I raise an order to the Speaker. You are not yet heard me what I'm going to say, but you decided other way around.
Who's speaking now?
Ikamalam, Chairperson.
And was who, comrades? Because no, you have not been recognized. I was talking about the comrade in front of you who raised a point of order. So, comrades, you must wait to be recognized whether it's a point of order. You cannot just speak. I understand the point of order, but you must wait to be recognized. I was saying the comrade here in front, there's a comrade, there's a female comrade here. That is the comrade that raised the point of order first before you did. Is that a comrade?
And this bull African National Congress. Lo uthethayo comrade Vuyokazi Siboyana, the secretary of Ward 42 branch in Dr. W. Khubusana. Comrade Chair, as voting delegates who came in early in conference, I believe that our tags were scanned, Emnyango, Comrade Chair. And when we came in, we were demarcated. So the points that are being raised by these comrades who came late into conference were already been done. So, Chair, I propose that we move the conference.
Okay. I'm hoping that we will go back to the comrade that was on the floor.
Thank you.
Yeah. You were on the floor, comrade.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, in your summary, Chair, towards the lunch, you have summarized, Chair, the process.
Comrades, we can't take orders all the time. And remain, comrade. Allow the speaker to finish, comrades. No, you cannot continue in this fashion. Comrades. Please, comrades, I'm begging you. Can you be disciplined?
Now, you
comrades, could you move?
Yeah, yes. You've outlined the process, Chair, towards break a lunch, and the plenary agreed that there is going to be a verification of each and every delegate. And Chair, you presented that summary to the plenary, and the plenary agreed, Chair. Your failure as leadership, because you should have been prepared, ready at that moment. You gave us 1 hour and you said you must come back after an hour. You should have been ready with your security. You should have been ready with the representation of regions so that we can verify delegates.
Thank you. Okay. Comrades, before I go to the comrades there at the back, that I do understand, comrades, I have not given you opportunity at the back. Whoever is sitting there, I've been giving opportunity here in front. I will give 2 or 3 hands. But comrades, do not misrepresent what I said when we left here. The proposal when we left here was to ensure that there are enough chairs for the delegates of the conference. There was no commitment on verification of comrades coming in here. There was no such a commitment. So don't misrepresent. That is exactly what was presented here, and we agreed with that one. There was nothing particular verification. There was no such comrades. Can the microphone go there to Lama Comrade Ashilbanga Center? We have to assess the situation. Yes. Na answer, ukomrade mengenyawo. Straight now. Nango phakamse isandla isithi ecaleni, give him the microphone. And then go. No, I'm coming to you, comrades. That Benichongile, la comrade is also abisi and bachonga semba, and it's really unfair. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Is that an order?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, you can't have an order when there's an order. Yimakalu, ebe phakamisile comrade uthi order. But it doesn't change the fact that it's an order. It doesn't change the fact that it's an order.
Chair.
You will come, Comrade, it doesn't change anything. It's an order. Whether we show go or we show earlier, it's an order.
Thank you,
Please
Chair.
sit down.
Thank you, Chair. Igama ngu Aphiwe Mkhangelwa from Krizani region, a branch delegate of Kondawo branch in Inokim Kijima. Chair, I would like to first, Chair, raise an order, particularly on you, Chair of the session. Sihlalo wethu, the first mistake that we have, there are many orders that are being raised and there is no ruling on these orders. Secondly, Chair, we have adopted a program, Chair. And on the program, we have been spending hours and hours discussing items that are not even part of this program. Asiyaz Basindaw. There are motions that are being raised. 1 minute, other people are entertaining these motions. 1 minute, others are submitting more motions. So, Chair, besicela, Chair, because yabona le crisis thetha ngayo yabantu abamengenyawo. Look at the plenary, Chair. Abantu bahleli phansi, Chair. Abantu abangenazindawo, few of them abanye ngokabamileyo ba emva kwabo kwizitulo zabo. Yes. Yes. So Chair, in fact, Chair, naba abantu balaba phambi kwethu ngathi bayi-8 singabasukela so that conference iqhube. What chair can't stand before the progress of this plenary? Ingaba indaba yezitulo sihlalo. Sicela unga-allow Chair inhlanganiso i-collapse ngenxa yezitulo zabantu abafuna uhlala kuzo labangafuna uhlala kuzo. Masibuyeleni kwi-program siqhubekeke ngenkomfa. Please, Comrade Chair.
Chair,
Comrades,
thank you very much, Chair.
I had noted you, Comrade.
Thank you very
Myself.
much.
Yeah. No. The Comrade Benteba kunikwe yena.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes. Chair, my name is...
Come here. Comrades, you said I am not noting you, Comrades, at the back. That is what I'm doing. Okay, we are like a one hour back. No, that's what I'm doing, Comrades. Those Comrades are at the back. Please, Comrade. Please, Comrade. Yes. Comrades. Comrades, I am noting Comrades at the back because you complain. I've got 3 hands, but we are over, Comrade. Okay, I will raise you as, you will be the next one, I will raise you as the next hand. Thank you. There was a Comrade on the floor.
Chairperson, thank you very much. My name... Chairperson, thank you very much.
You will speak after that, Comrade.
Chairperson, Chairperson,
I think so. I think that's a discussion. Comrades, we have, can you sit down, comrades? Comrades, can you sit down? Can I, before that comrade continues, can I request all heads of delegation to meet with Comrade Mtwe, Comrade Nonsele? Can I request all heads of delegation to meet with Comrade Nonsele? Right. There was a comrade on the floor, and after that comrade, I said he was going to Comrade Nonsele. Comrade. I can't give you all at the same time, comrade. Yeah. Comrades, all the heads of delegation from the regions, please meet with Comrade Nonsele.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, is that comrade?
Chairperson, thank you very much. My name is Tulani Chefuta from Ward 1, which is Eric Vacha branch in Ingubaya Temba sub-region, in Krisane region. Chairperson, we want to request for your protection as the disciplined delegates of this conference. Asikwazi ukuthi sivela elunchini kube sekukho izandla eziphezulu kungekho item on the table. That is ill discipline. The second point, Chair, is that, Chairperson, the second point that we want to raise is that we want to plead that you do not fall into the trap of allowing people who want to collapse the proceedings of the conference through frivolous delays. At this point, Chairperson, we are ready to proceed with the program. There is no item on the table, and we are bringing it back to you to please accept the provincial coordinator convener to deliver the political report as expected. That's where we are in the program.
Comrades, I would have done that, but unfortunately, the convener is not here at the moment.
Thank you, Chair.
Number one, comrades, I did notify you that there is a steering committee sitting now, of which the convener is the chair of. And that steering committee is deliberating on credentials.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we?
Thank you, Chair.
So we will have to delay. We were going to take a presentation here on organizational renewal so that we wait for the chair. But now, the High Comrades, the presenters could not wait anymore. They have left. So, which brings us back to our program where we were going to. Neither can we present credentials, nor can we have the political report, comrades, because the two are not here in the plenary.
Chair, you noted me as well.
All regional conveners or leaders, we requested them. Can you comrade non-slave? And then kaloku ndithe kuwe kodwa comrade non-slave ndichazele nje.
Chair, you noted me this side.
Can you give comrade non-slave?
Chair, you noted me at the back next to the comrade you have just spoken. You noted 3 of us here, and 2 of them have already spoken. I was the last one.
Comrade, no, could you hang on? Let's give this comrade.
Why, Chair?
Because I want, comrades, I noted 3 comrades.
Yes, it's me. I'm the 3rd one, Chair.
Aye, comrades.
I'm the 3rd one, Chairperson.
Aye, comrades, you have there, comrade.
Please,
comrades, please sit down, comrade. Comrades, please sit down. Can you give the microphone to Comrade Nonshlave?
Thank you very much.
Aye, man, comrades. We will not continue, comrades, if everyone was out here without an order. So as a state, so comrades, I am not allowing people. That is an order. You can't raise an order on an order. That's an order, but comrade don't leave. So I must give him.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chair.
Comrade Zugisa, that is an order. So, in any conference, when somebody says order, we'll give him that. You can't raise another order, Diegele order, Dr. order. Can't do that. Thank you. Tobani Sandra, comrades. Comrades, Tobani Sandra. And the own Kumulgu rules, Gele. Aiko Gele rules.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chair. Manibulele Chairperson Gokuba undi Nigel Tuba. Dingu Comrade non-levu. Ongu Chairperson wase John Langalibalele Dube branch. Kwa Ward 23 Enyande sub-region or Tambo region. Chair, i-order yam ilapha Chairperson. Ithi Chair, njengo Chairperson wale nkomfa, enye yezinto ubuye wayikhokela ukuba yenzeke ukwamkelwa kwezi-standing rules and orders. Kwezi standing rules and orders ekufanele into yokuba sihlalo ziyasikhokela, you are contravening with them. The rule point 1, OT only duly accredited delegates will be allowed in closed session. Now, Chair. Akukondo iti. These delegates are here, are duly accredited. Now, Chair. Chairperson, fortunately, go 2017 I was in this hall when there's issues like this one, Chair, yourselves and that leadership, we decided, Chairperson.
Comrade Nungdev, get to your order. Two things I must correct you before you finish. This is not a closed session. 2, the accreditation has not been presented. Credentials. So, go to your order quickly.
Because abanye abantu Chairperson xa bethetha awubangeni emlonyeni. Why me? Because Chair, noba ndithetha into ongayithandiyo, ndiyeke ndiyithethe undikorekisha after ndiyigqibile. Ndithi ka Chairperson.
Comrade, there can't be an order on an order. You said you are raising a point of order.
Chairperson.
Raise your point of order.
Raise it, Chair. I'm saying, Chair, uyazicontradicta as a Chairperson. Ndicela ke uyeke uzicontradicta, Chair, wenze i-order ibe khona kwi-conference of the ANC. Ngoba, Chair, ndinewari ntuba kule conference kube kwi-chaos unnecessary kwizinto bekufanele ukuba zikorektiwe.
Thank you. I think I've responded. I think I've responded to that one, Congress. Credentials have not been adopted, so this is not a closed session. Let's go back to that comrade that I had noted, who's number 3. No, this is the comrade that's going to come after that one. Is the comrade, I'll be back. No, comrades, don't raise orders. Iman, comrade, Nanko is on the floor. Karan Basma Kaban. Nansa, comrade, maybe I had noted.
Item on the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Finally. Yes, thank you. Oh, okay, boss.
Sihlalo igama lam.
Ayiyogqithi point of order. Okay.
Sihlalo igama lam. Ndinguxola Nqola, a branch delegate from James Gate branch, Dr. Epikuma Sub-Region, Krisana. Chair, there has been numerous motions in this platform. Amongst those motions was a motion raised by Comrade Sokutu to conference. Now, instead of testing the motion raised by Comrade Sokutu to conference, you dismiss it. Because, Chair, part of this thing that is happening up with plenary is caused by whether so to assist that process, Comrade Sokutu says, why don't we take this matter to credentials so that it solves the problem? I'm standing to second the motion raised by Comrade Sokutu that let's go to credentials. Thank you very much.
Comrades, it's going to be very difficult. And that's why microphone sometimes I forget because there is no motion that is standing that I did not respond to. Even this one, Galundu, I responded and Ulundu said he is covered by my response. So I do not understand. There was the two comrades, the comrade 1, 2, the third comrade, Munuski Besielo, the comrade Numuas. Sisalinde i-conference delegates no. Nika la comrade nibe Munuski Besielo, emveni kokuye kuleyayi ngumnwasi. Mamelani comrades. We have enough time. Sawubuyela nakwezinye izandla nithethe. Izake sis.
Igama Chair uNomveliso Koko. I come from Ward 44 to Makanqala branch in Nelson Mandela region. The branch delegate according to Itegiam. Chair, there are things that we need
Comrades, kukhona umuntu oseflorini, comrades. Can you please allow
Yo, introduction, order.
Chair.
Okay. Comrades, can we, just before we continue? Okay, man, comrade. Can we, just before we continue, allow the leaders of delegation, as they have met, to come and address us? And then Boko will continue. Comrades, can you please allow, can you please allow the leaders of delegations to come and speak? Comrades, thank you.
Manda, away too. Viva ANC, viva. Thank you, Stan. Comrades, we have met with the leadership of all delegations that are here. That includes all regions, that includes all the leagues. And we have agreed that we should, in fact, come back to the plenary and request that we assist so that the plenary should proceed smoothly without any further challenges. Comrades, the first point that we want to indicate is that whatever we are going to announce here is what we have collectively agreed with all the regions and the leagues. And what we will be doing, we want to request everyone that so that you do not say, no, so and so is not my regional secretary or is not my chair. Therefore, he or she is not supposed to tell me what to do. Because everything that we are going to announce will be implemented by this collective team. not by one person. So this is what we are going to do, comrades, that we have agreed on, is that when we entered the conference, comrades, we have in the conference what we define as voting delegates. And then we also have what we define as non-voting delegates. And finally, we've got guests. Those three categories. The second point, comrades, that we found in this conference hall is that there were boards that were marking each and every region and saying this is O.R. Tambo, this is Alfred Nzo, this is Nelson Mandela, and so on. What the leadership is going to do, comrades, they will start from the first group, because we would want to request everyone not to hide his or her tag, to have your tag with you, to have your ID with you. Yes. Comrades, let us not clap, because you may not clap on other things that are not, that you don't like. So you must have your tag with you, with your ID. What we are going to do, comrades, we will start from this corner. We will not remove or change the region that is allocated this corner. All we are going to do is to ascertain that everyone who remains on the seat in this region, in this corner, is an accredited voting delegate. And then from there, comrades, we move to the next one. So what it means, therefore, comrades, there is no reason for us now to continue to haggle around Ukuti who is sitting where, because we will incrementally correct it up until the last region, comrade, and the last structure of the league. We will do it collectively. So we're requesting your cooperation and your assistance. What that means, comrades, is that the chair of the session will continue with the items of the agenda, because what we're going to do will not disrupt the conference. All the final point that I meant to announce, so that when you are clapping your hands, you might not clap for this. If we found that you are not a voting delegate that is eligible to sit, we are not going to chase you out. All we are going to do is to ask you to go and join the line at the wall, because this is still an open session. Yeah, and make sure that everyone who remains on the seat are in fact accredited voting delegates, because that's what is supposed to be in the whole, in the areas where we are seated. Amanda. Comrades, the final request from security. As replacing credentials, comrades, all we want to do is to ensure that there is order. This commotion that has generated on this side is addressed, because indeed nobody can afford to stay in a conference without a place to sit properly. So all we're asking from security is to make sure as we start to do this exercise, nobody leaves the conference room. Nobody leaves the conference room. If beyond the control of nature, somebody has to leave, make sure that person has a tag and is identified, so that he or she, when they come back, they can be allowed in. Please, security, we're making that special request. So we are going to start Comrade Chair, the platform is yours, unless there are additions from the team. No addition.
Amanda, no comrades, no additions.
Thank you, comrades. So now we will go to, now that the matter of accredited branches and looking at who is here is continuing, we'll go back to the agenda. In the agenda, comrades, the next item was supposed to be political report. I indicated Aikongu. So the only other item on an open session ekhoyo ekuzawuqhutywa ngayo ngoku yileya ithi presentation on organizational renewal steering committee. That's what we're going to do. Oh, okay. Now, even that one is not standing ngoku because abantu will presenter bamkile. So we'll wait for the steering committee. Yes, comrade, you want to be clarified. Into esingazothetha ngayo ngoku into yoba ngubani obelapha nothini iyaqhutywa la process. Yeke iziqhubele. Emveni kwalena ke ngoku. Emveni kwa ilapha ezantsi kukho umuntu comrade olindele imic emveni kwakhe njengoba yethetha nje. Yes, kukho umuntu comrade who is going to speak. Bendimnote before that you will sorry. Sorry, andikuva comrade. So I had noted you for an order. So comrades, yeah, now emva kwakhe nangwa.
Enkosi Chairperson, Ziyanda Mahamnco, a PCPC member. Ndicela le committee irovayo ike indincacisele into yoba i-youth league ndizayilinda kweyiphi kona. Ndifuna nje lo clarity.
Okay. So mnika apha segqiba abuyele emva siye kule committee.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm Comrade Buyelwa Mafaya from Valley Lestemele branch, Nelson Mandela region, branch voting delegate. Chair, in the conference program and standing rules, page 1, 2, 3, I'm not sure, under the draft provincial conference rules and procedure. If you turn the page on top, the third bullet states that there will be howling, hissing, or booing, or. So I want you to think that is a misprint, Chair, because I know you are not for that. I wanted us to correct that first. Secondly, Chair.
It was corrected.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. Chair, in the second last bullet.
Comrade Mafai.
Yes.
We did amendments and adopted the rules. Chair, you can't come back and want to reopen them.
No, Chair. Please. I'm not reopening it. You would understand why, Chair. You are saying, Chair, it's second last bullet. It is mandatory wearing for all delegates to wear face masks inside conference venues and regular sanitizing, of which that is not adhered to.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Mafai. Nangwa microphone itheni ngafiki apha kuwe banomfu bambi microphone nika inkokheli microphone. Comrades, what we are doing now is, as the process is continuing, we allow others to speak.
Enkosi Chair, ndingumadoda amadikiza Steve Chota branch Ward 11 Nyandeni sub-region Wartambo region. Chairman, mna i-odi lapha kuwe cause Chairman uthi i-political report is not ready to be presented. Uphinde uthi kwamakho abantu bebezopresenta abekho. But now Chair unika abantu izandla. Seza ntoni chairman ezandla banika zona. Ithi londo leyo Chairman, I suggest that masi ajene sihlale ngohlobo sihleli ngalo. Usithi xwaka kwenzeke lento ye verification ngosihleli kanje. Emveni koko siqhubeleke ngeagenda xa uchairman ozopresent i-political report ekhona. So out of order, Chair.
Comrades, if there's agreement that we do nothing and wait for the process, can I get people supporting that? Comrade, that is supported by the whole House. I am expecting therefore no hands until that process is completed. Savannah Mosmakaban. It is supported by the whole House, so there cannot be a hand against that anymore. Thank you very much, comrades.
Ulanzo,
Comrades, akho nto iqulisayo, akho nto ithethisayo, uyazola ukufa kwakho njengoba kujonga itag yakho. Hlalani phansi, sit down, hlala phansi.
Ngaqhuba nina nindeke ngaphandle mna ayikabhalela funde khona wrong andimarikeni man andimarikeni yayibona ndayisinonomas nemali kuyathengiswa apha ya
Iman Makaban, Sanuma impatient, comrades. Please don't be impatient. Are you done with the process? Okay. Comrades, we call the comrades. The leaders of delegation want to give a report back. Sure.
Manda, comrades, what was pronounced on by the chair, we have done. Ours was just simply to verify a tag and what is written. All tags that we've come across as this particular team are saying voting. We're verifying the tag and the ID. As the chair had explained that it does not replace credentials, we're not doing that. We've just done that verification.
Amanda, away too. Comrades, an additional request we want to make is that there are chairs, comrades, that were found empty on arrival. We urge those comrades that we have asked them to keep them on eye, that those chairs remain empty. The reason why we're doing that, when we started to do the project, some people started to leave. So we want to visit them as the proceedings again proceed. But if they do not come back, then we will nationalize those chairs so that we allocate them to delegates who do not have chairs. So your cooperation will be appreciated, comrades. Thanks. Amanda.
Comrades, let's come back to our agenda. And our agenda is saying we are taking the chairperson to come and make a political report. I can see there are hands. I do not understand the hands now, comrades. Man, I do not understand the hands. Because now when I requested comrades to respond to the idea of the chairperson coming to make the political input, we all agreed. Can we then allow that process and request comrades with hands to please drop their hands? Comrades, can we allow the chairperson to come and address us? Request the comrades with hands to please drop their hands. Please drop their hands. Comrades, can we allow the chairperson to address us? All the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands, please drop your hands. Please, comrades. Viva SACP, viva! Viva COSATU, viva! Viva Sanko, viva! Watintu Mama! Roar Young Lions, roar! Roar Young Lions, roar! Watintu Mama! Watindi Mbogoto! Pamilenge ANC Manyanayo, Pamile! Mañana ANC, mañana! Thank you very much, comrades. Comrade, chair of the session, on behalf of the provincial task team, I sense Vanalendo, when you look at chairperson, also the report, so you task team convene. On behalf of the provincial task team, allow me to greet the National Executive Committee members that are amongst us, the employees and the additional members that are here to make sure that this conference succeeds. The leadership of our alliance present here, the South African Communist Party, COSATU and SANCO. Imani comrades, sanuthetha. I-report izawufika kuwe nje ilinde kule ndawo uhleli kuyo. I take it that now everyone has a chair, so mayibe ngathi ucula umhobe wesizwe ungaphithizela umuntu ahlale phansi. The leadership of our leagues in its entirety, the religious leadership from various faiths that are here, our delegation from various formations of the mass democratic movement, ndizibonile inkosi apha zezwela kowethu Contralesa, zikhokelwa ngunobhala jikelele wazo onyulwe kule veki pheleyo,
in their national conference. Ucwanini, Umfoka Mkifa, congratulations, Comrade Zolani Mkifa. Siyabulela. All our invited guests that are here, and I hope that our guests understand the challenge and the situation that we have. It's not that we disrespect them. We made this arrangement from the onset because we knew that this venue cannot take more than 1,500 people seated, then overflows with screens, live streaming. We arranged for them so that they can be part of this conference. And most importantly, comrades, you delegates to this 9th Provincial Conference of the African National Congress in the Eastern Cape, the home of legends. Comrades, on behalf of the African National Congress Eastern Cape Provincial Task Team, I stand here to table before the conference our political report of the term since our election as the Provincial Executive Committee at the 8th conference, which ended here on the 2nd of October in 2017. And later, since our appointment as a Provincial Task Team in March this year. Let me, comrades, from the onset appeal to everyone to allow me to objectively and critically present this report for the sake of ensuring that post this conference, the ANC in our province and elsewhere or national reverts to its glory of contributing to the socio-political content that it has always made over years. Maqabane njengokuba sidibana apha namhlanje selebetshile ogxa bethu pha kugxala abalubanzi kanye kunqantathu that abemi beliphondo abangaphezulu kwizigidi ezithandathu bayijonge ngomdla omkhulu lenkomfa kuba i-African National Congress iselithemba labo lokufumana ubomi obungcono. Bayazibona ingxaki ze-ANC kodwa umnqweno wabo kukuba i-ANC kweli phondo iqine, imanyane, iqhubele phambili nomsebenzi omhle wokubakhupha kwindlala, intswelo-ngqesho ukungalingani, iphuhlise nendawo abahlala kuzo. Abantu bafuna silungise indlela maqabane. Abantu bafuna amanzi okusela acocekileyo. Abantu bafuna iklinik nezibhedlele. Abantu bafuna omasipala abahambisa inkonzo ezisulungekileyo. Abantu bafuna izikolo ezikumgangatho ophezulu. Abantu bafuna ukubiyelwa amasini. Ngangayiqondi ke loo nto xa ungazange wadibana namasini. Nokwakhelwa idiphu kubalulekile. Abantu bafuna izindlu. Abantu bafuna siphelise into yokubhubha kwabantwana babo esuthwini. This conference, comrades, ayinophuma ingakhange ithethe ngale ntlekele yokubhubha kwabantwana esuthwini. Balindele ukuba sibeke ezimfuno zabo phambili abantu beliphondo kule nkomfa. Sinoxanduva maqabane lokuba siziphathe kakuhle apha kule nkomfa. La mbhodamo wenzeka apha ngo-2017 ungaze uphinde wenzeke kwintlanganiso ze-ANC. Bendinqande enye icomrade apha ecaleni ndithi kuyo ngo-2017 wenza le nto. Wathetha ngento ekuthiwa zii-ghosts kube kukho abantu abazii-warm bodies. Wafuna umisa inkomfa ichithakale. So siyanicela ke macomrade into yoba kuyo yonke into esifuna uba singayenza apha, siyayazi imidla yethu, siziziqu, kodwa silindele into yokokuba sonke sinciphe khona ukuze i-African National Congress ikhule. Macomrade, yaba sisithuko into eyenzeka kula nkomfa kwilifa imbali nenkcubeko ye-African National Congress, ingakumbi kweli phondo. Yasengela phantsi indima edlalwe ziinkokheli ezininzi zeli phondo ezakhokela i-ANC ngesikhokelo esingenachaphaza. Sisonke apha kule nkomfa kufuneka sinike i-ANC isidima sayo, siphile igama elithi qabane ngokucinga nangokwenza kuzo zonke ezi ntsuku sizodibana apha. Akukho bantu bemibutho ephikisayo amacomrade apha, kukho thina sodwa singamalungu e-African National Congress namahlakani ethu. Masizibopheleleni ekwenzeni le nkomfa ibe yimpumelelo engenachaphaza. Comrades, as we gather here for the duration of this conference, our discussions, decisions, and conduct must be inspired by the words of the 7th President of the ANC, Dr. Alfred Batini Puma, who once said, and I quote, "To Congress, we must be loyal and true. To Congress, we must forget any personal or sectional interest or gain. We must put the cause and the interest of the people before any expedience." Close quote. And yazi sihlalo beke sacela abantu balapha bavule i-aircon. You can see people bane discomfort kushushu. I don't know who can control the aircon so that abantu bafumane umoya. Oh. Afunekanga xa sinike i-political report kube kuphithizela. As this leadership collective, comrades, we are bringing back to you the organization that the branches of the ANC in this province entrusted us to lead since the 8th Provincial Conference. As you all know, the period from 2017 to date was marked with the great objective and subjective challenges that made the work of leading the ANC and ensuring that it carries out its task quite difficult. Akabane isigqeba sethutyana esiphambi kwenu sanikwa uxanduva lokwenza izinto ezintathu yinkomfa yesibhozo. Eyokuqala kukusebenza ngokuzinikela ukwakha umanyano kwi-African National Congress kweli phondo. And umzamo omhle siwuzamile kodwa ugqatso asikalufezi. Eyesibini yeyokusebenzisa i-ANC njengesixhobo esinamandla sokuphucula ubomi babantu bakuthi. Yiyo le nto si-contest i-elections zorhulumente. We do that simply because we seek to advance the national democratic revolution. I'm summarizing what you should know. Eyesithathu macomrade, ukusipula nengcawo ikhefu yamacala eyondeleyo ekhokelela ubuthathaka bombutho we-ANC. Nizayikhumbula i-diagnostic report ibiprezentiwe bayayisinika cakasana ezi ngxaki sijongene nazo. Kuba la macala siwaphilelayo, siwakhonzayo, siye sigqibele singamalungu awo, siye kuba ngamalungu e-ANC. And loo nto iyaziphazamisa inkqubo ze-African National Congress. This mandate, comrades, was given to us after delegates to the 8th Provincial Conference noted the following 5 fundamental challenges in our organization. First challenge, comrades, was the escalation of divisions and factionalism that are eroding the soul of our movement, resulting in mistrust and backstabbing amongst comrades. The second challenge, comrades, was the decline in understanding the vision and mission of the African National Congress, coupled with the decline in understanding and inculcation of ethics, values, and traditions of our movement. The third challenge, comrades, was the decline in the quality and the quantity of the ANC membership. The fourth challenge, comrades, was the existence of social distance or trust deficit between the African National Congress structures, membership leaders, and the community, which has resulted in the decline of our hegemony within the society. The fifth challenge was the development of mistrust between ANC and its government and the communities that we are meant to serve. Bayasivotela abantu ngobuninzi babo, kodwa ngose besivotele bangasithembi kuthi kwawufika inhlekele ye-disaster kuthethwe ngemali zokubonelela kuthiwe ngahle bayitye laa mali. Kuthiwa abantu bebesivotela, phofu bebevotela i-African National Congress isuke i-ANC ithume thina egameni layo siqhubeke siyigqwalisa siyibangela umdintsi netyeneba. Despite these and many other sets of challenges, comrades, we can confidently report to you that, however uneven, we managed to do what was mandated to us, and as such we are bringing to you an organization that is much better, with relative stability, more signs of unity, more coherence in this province, much stronger to lead the process of transformation that is capable of advancing, deepening, and defending the national democratic revolution. Nilapha, my comrades, simply because umbutho e-Eastern Cape ukhona uyaphila, and nini umzekelo wombutho ophilayo. Kuni abantu babona i-ANC. So whatever that we do here, comrades, reflect on what kind of ANC we have in the Eastern Cape, what quality of ANC membership we have in the Eastern Cape. In that element of quantity, comrades, we need to have more quality. You are here, comrades, as delegates because you were nominated amongst hundreds and hundreds members of ANC in your branches. Xa kuthiwa uya kwi-provincial conference awuthunywa ngelakhi, kuthathwa ngoba unguyena mntu ongathi angabhetele uyowumela la ward, la branch at this level. So how you project yourself and how you portray yourself here usibangela uba siyokhangela kulaa ward usuka kuyo into yoba inoba ke ngoku i-membership yapha ethume wena apha ikwisimo esinjani yona. This has not been an easy journey, comrades, as we still need to engage and where possible explore the means to transform policy structures and institutions that benefit society, along with local communities and citizens. Comrades, both the mandate and challenges I've just mentioned are not unique to the Eastern Cape, South Africa, nor Southern Africa. As comrades or cadres of the African National Congress, that is a lead of the society, we have the task to make sure that we accept this weakness and appreciate these challenges that we have, and also what is expected from the ANC capacity in this province to shape its socio-economic development away from the colonial past for the future progress. When we meet here, comrades, we are marching forward. That's why we say forward ever and backward never. We don't just talk about ourselves when we say so. We talk about our history, that painful history of colonialism and that painful history of apartheid, and how do we make sure that out of that history we don't degenerate back, comrades. Rather, we move forward in ensuring that our people have a better life under the ANC leadership. We must, comrades, sensitize the citizen to be self-aware of the rights that nature and the Constitution confer on them as free-born citizens. We cannot continue, comrades, to let the people be victims of power play and unholy alliances who pursue consumerist behaviors and private accumulation at the expense of societal progress. The Provincial Task Team, comrades, had to lead the organization through a very difficult period of novel coronavirus 2019, which claimed many lives and destroyed many livelihoods of the ordinary masses. During this period, comrades, our organization was robbed of many members whose lives were claimed by this deadly virus. Sele abefundisi besenzele lula uba masinike imbeko kubo sayinika lo mbeko yaloo maqhawe naloo maqhawekazi ezwe ngakuthi, ingakumbi abasebenzi bezempilo nabo bonke abasebenzi abayinxalenye ye-frontline service to our people, who really show a high level of sacrifice and selflessness. Sishwe ngama-comrade amaninzi kwaliphondo, comrade ngeli xesha sithetha ngalo, ama-comrade afana noTata uMluleki George, ama-comrade afana noGxilishe, Bongani Gxilishe, ama-comrade afana noZamuxolo Peter, oThoza Mamantashe, o-comrade Alfred Mtsi, o-comrade Sindisile McLean, ayikushusha yenziwa ngabomi wenzela uba uwe lapho. Ocomrade Loyiso Sobhili, ocomrade Ozoliswa Matana, ocomrade Uncediso Captain, namanye amalungu comrades amaninzi asithe saphulukana nawo kwakunye namalungu e-society. Kwangalo comrade eli xesha apho ilifu elimnyama le-COVID lithe langunobangela, sibone siphulukana nazo neenkokheli zemveli, kumkanikazi yamaRharhabe, umama uNoloyiso, nezinye inkosi zezwe lakuthi. We also, comrade, lost other cadres due to tragedies and other natural causes such as omama uLillian Dedricks, omama uIvy Gcina, otata uThobile Mhlahlo, ocomrade Vanguard Mkhosana, comrade Berry Makham, ocomrade Themba Kojana, ocomrade Simthembile Khulu, ocomrade Skara Njadai, ocomrade Gavin Watson, and many other cadres in the different corners of our province. As if, comrades, that was not enough, we also, comrades, said lost through the barrel of a gun cadres of our movement, such as comrade Umduduzi Madikizela, Efromenzo, comrade Zase Nelson Mandela, Mzwandile Boy, and the recent ones, comrades, that we are still trying to come into terms with, comrade Andila Andris, comrade Lubabalo Keso. Apho sibe nawo namanye amaqabane asinde ecebeshu afana no-comrade Omazwi. Xa kunjalo ke ama-comrades kuyabonakalisa into yokokuba utshaba lukhona. Utshaba ke ama-comrade lulo noba lungaphakathi embuthweni okanye lungaphandle. Siyafuna ke kodwa ukuthi imiphefumlo yabo bonke abathe basandulela ingaphumla ngoxolo. Comrades, we fight against COVID-19. The fight against COVID-19 is still on. Over 2.4 million individuals have been vaccinated in our province, with 2 million individuals fully vaccinated. We are thus appealing, comrades, to delegates and the people of our province to rally behind the presidential Vuma vaccination campaign so that we register and vaccinate most high-risk groups before the winter season. people, comrades, who are 50 years. Yeah, better. People, comrades, who are 50 years of age must complete their vaccination and get their booster doses. The younger people over 18 years have the lowest level of vaccine coverage. We urge them, comrades, to come forward and get their jabs. Kubo bonke makomrade ubunzima balobhubhane we-COVID, sikwazile ukwenza inkqubo ebezijoliswe ekusombululeni iingxaki zabantu beli phondo. Iinkokheli namalungu bezuphethe ngezandla ezishushu umsebenzi wokukhuthaza abantu ukuba bathobele imiqathango emiselweyo yokulwa nokuqubisana ne-COVID. Sabona amalungu enikela ngexesha lawo esolula isandla ngeminikelo yokutya kumakhaya ahluphekayo ngeli xesha ebesinalo le-hard lockdown. Ezo zenzo zobuthandazwe, makomrade, zibe negalelo ekunqandeni ukusasazeka kwe-COVID-19 nasekuswelekeni kwabantu abaninzi. Ewe, sibaluzile abantu more than 12,000 in this province. Kwangenxa yobuqilima nokuzinza kwe-ANC kweli phondo nakwiiregini zethu okubangele kube lula ukunqanda le nto yenzeke kumanye amaphondo ngoJulayi wonyaka ophelileyo. Lilonke, comrades, sithi xa i-ANC iphila phakathi kwabantu imanyene ibeka iingxaki zabantu phambili, kubakho uzinzo nomsebenzi omhle owenzekayo kwiphondo lethu. Ukukhawuleza, ma-comrades, ukuthatha izigqibo nesantya sokufikelela ebantwini ngeenkonzo singurhulumente kusincedile. Ukwenza ilima phakathi korhulumente, amashishini abucala, imibutho yabasebenzi, iinkolo engekho phantsi korhulumente, iinkolo nemibutho engekho phantsi korhulumente, iinkosi zemveli nabantu bonke jikelele kusenzele umsebenzi olula. Sikwabone into entle kakhulu yamasebe karhulumente noomasipala besengela thungeni linye kungekho kuphikisana ngomsebenzi wokuqubisana ne-COVID. Our most urgent and pressing task now, comrade, is the work of economic reconstruction, recovery, which was already subdued before the advent of COVID-19. If anything, comrades, COVID-19 demonstrated how interconnected and interdependent the world is, such that any attempts to reconstruct and recover our economy requires a thorough analysis and an understanding of the international situation and how this relates to our domestic environment. Comrades and delegates, on the international front, the world, comrades, is going through the significant changes. As humanity, comrades, has entered a new era of rapid development and profound transformation. These development processes are characterized by economic globalization, multipolarity, and advent of information, society, technological innovation, cultural diversity, transformation of the global governance architecture, and world order. Inkomfa yethu ihlala ngexesha sibona ungonyamelwano phakathi kweRussia neUkraine. Lo ngxaki siyibona phakathi kwala mazwe mabini, comrades, isichaphazela sonke ehlabathini, ingakumbi urhwebo lwehlabathi. Niyibonile imeko yokunyuka kwamaxabiso engqolowa kuba iUkraine iyaziwa kwihlabathi lonke njengelizwe elikwazi ukunceda ihlabathi ngengqolowa nezinye izinto. Umbona namafutha sivile ipetroli isihlinyuka ne-oil ngenxa yemeko yaseRussia nee-sanctions that have been imposed. Uluvo lwethu comrades lolokuba la mazwe ahlale etafuleni asombulule iingxaki zawo ngokuthetha-thethana hayi ngezigaba. The military aggression and economic warfare, such as the act of unilateral imposing sanctions, does nothing but worsen the situation, leading to innocent lives being lost and livelihoods being irreparably damaged. We fully commend the intervention that has been made by the South African government led by our president, which seeks to bring about peacefully mediated solutions to the impasse. We also welcome the progress to date towards a peaceful dialogue. We wish Comrade Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula all the best on her appointment to the task force of the World Association of Parliaments to mediate on the Russia-Ukraine situation. We continue, comrades, to pledge our solidarity with all. Thank you very much. Malbongwe. We continue, comrades, to pledge our solidarity with all oppressed people of the world. Izindululo, comrades, the United Nations says ohlwayo zorhwebo kwiRussia besizilindele zithathwe nange-Israel. Laa nto yenzeka kwaSirayeli nasePalestine befana uba xa kujongwa imeko yaseRussia nase-Ukraine ingajongwa in isolation yi-United Nations, kuba yingxaki eqhubekayo futhi esicacelweyo ngayo singuMzantsi Afrika, ingakumbi i-African National Congress, into yokokuba ola ngonyamelwano lenziwa phaa ngamaSirayeli kumaPalestine ayikho right man. Kubulawa abantu abangenatyala umhla nezolo. Asikayiboni ke i-United Nations ithatha izindululo zezohlwayo eziqatha nge-United States of America eyavingca e-Afghanistan, e-Iraq naseLibya, yasusa iinkokheli zala mazwe, yaphalaza igazi labantu, yachitha noqoqosho lala mazwe. Ngoko ke makhomrade sithi imiba okanye inimba ye-United Nations mayibenye inimba abafazi ukuba ifuna ukugcina isidima sayo kumazwe ehlabathi. Until we create a just world order free from neo-colonialism, oppression and exploitation and discrimination, our efforts of recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic will continue to be undermined. The situation I have just outlined, comrades, clearly demonstrate that the global balance of forces is not favorable to or for progressive forces to champion their ideals. Nonetheless, comrades, we must do all that is necessary to grow and transform our economy to serve our people. Comrades, 2022 marks the midpoint of the 6th provincial term of our government. It is a critical milestone in which we must pause and reflect how far we have gone in implementing the 2019 ANC Elections Manifesto towards building a better life for all. In making this reflection, comrades, we appreciate the gains we've made, the challenges we've encountered, and the road that lies ahead in our march towards building an economy that works for all. The provincial economy is still, comrades, railing under the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, as we have indicated, with a subdued economic outlook. We are thus, comrades, still confronted with a high unemployment rate currently sitting at about 47.1%, meaning that over 1 million people are unemployed and with more than 380,000 discouraged from looking for work. One of the effects of a stagnant economic activity is a shrinking revenue base, which affects government's ability to fund critical service delivery. And Teteleni Minister Godongwana ulapha, kodwa siyayazi ba imeko yenqili karhulumente iyayishokoxeka umhla nezolo okuqhwalela kwezoqoqosho. The constrained public fiscus has compelled government to continually reprioritize its policies to stimulate the economy and minimize the social impact of COVID-19. Despite the difficult and constraining macroeconomic environment, we made a great strides, comrades, in jump-starting economic recovery and mitigating further structural damage to the provincial economy. Amaqabana akukhumbula ukuba sathi uphuhliso malufikelele kuzo zonke izithili zephondo lethu ukuze abantu bafumane amarhewu alihlaza kwindawo abahlala kuzo. Sike sagxila ixesha elide apha ephondweni siqwalasele kakhulu in our metros where we have SABC in terms of the economic development. We have since moved, comrades, as per the instruction of the last conference, to also look east. Apho kunabantu base Alfred Nzo, about more than 800,000. Alfred Nzo being number 1 district in the entire country. Ngentlupheko, indlala nentswelo. Ilandelwa yi-OR Tambo enabantu abayi 1.4 million. Abafanayo nqwa nabantu abaphaya. Ubheka eJogabi, ubheka eChristian kuyafana. In other words, comrades, ithi loo nto i-population yethu eninzi apha ephondweni isebugqwayibeni kuba yi-population ehlala across the Khai. Sitshilo ke into kokuba loo nto masiyijonge siyiqwalasele kwaye sabeka amaphulo acacileyo nagxilileyo ukujonga into kokuba loo meko ilungiseka njani na, singayekanga ukuqhubeka neemeko ezisebenza kakuhle apha ephondweni sele siziqalile. Maqabane niyalubona ulwakhiwo lwendlela luyazanywa apha ephondweni ngokusebenzisana kwethu noSandral. Iindlela ezinkulu zalapha ziyalungiswa nezinye indlela esasithemba zenziwe kudala zingade zenziwe ziyaqhubeka. uSandral ngoko uyalelwa yi-national government sele etyale imali ku-7 billion yendlela asele ezigqibile ngokusithethayo kwaye uyaqhubeka nenye imali eyi-10 billion yokulungisa indlela. Sinengxaki enkulu comrade apha. We need more than 60 billion for us to be able to attend decisively to all the so-called provincial roads. Phantse zonke indlela ekuthiwa zii-provincial roads ozibonayo across the Khai ezinye ezidibanisa idolophu zizindlela ze-gravel roads, and loo nto ikubonakalisa mhlophe kuba ingxaki yethu yezoqoqosho isengxakini. Zonke ezo ndlela ngoku zigutyungelwe ngulo nogumbe wezikhukula esiye sazifumana. Abantu ke bayifumene amathuba emisebenzi oluphulo silwenzayo losebenzisana kwethu noSandral ukuqinisekisa into yokuba siyayenza loo nto. Nezendlela ezenziwa iprovince ezikhoyo nesizibonayo kwizithili ngezithili ezenzekayo, kodwa we are coming from a very low base. Uthi ngokwenze le ndlela ibe ngathi awenzanga nto kuba iingxaki zendlela zandele. Onakala nezi zikhoyo zibolile zii-potholes. Yiyo le nto izolo ndiye ndaqonda ekuxakekeni noma kulungiselelwa le nkomfa mandihambe ndiyoyivula ifactory ephaya eFort Jackson eyenziwa ngumfo waseJamani esebenzisana nenkosikazi yakhe eyintombi yalapha e-Eastern Cape entsundu. Apho batyale khona more than 30 million beqova eli daka lokuvala izigingqi ezizii-potholes.
Beautiful.
Inxalenye ke yamaphulo asiwenzayo ukuhlaziya eza industrial parks, comrades. The ANC-led government, comrades, in the province is working with Transnet on the revival of rail infrastructure, with the entity already invested 26 million ukudibanisa laa ndlela isuka eBlaine okanye eCookhouse iza eBhofolo izonqumla iqonce ibheke eMonti. Ngoku abantu abenza imoto apha kwaMercedes-Benz xa befuna imoto kuyozikhupha kwalwanqweme liseBhayi bebesokola uba bekufuneka bemke apha babheke eNorthern Cape okanye eFree State bayokonektha kwindlela ebheka eBhayi kuba ibingekho indlela edibanisa ezi zixeko. Loo ndlela ikhona ngoku, yenye yemisebenzi esiyenzayo ukuzama ususa iitrakhi ezinkulu ezindleleni khona ukuze iitreyini ezithwala imithwalo zihambe kulandlela. The government complex is also driving investment in the sustainable energy sector with 16 wind projects and 1 solar project completed and connected to the national grid. The government is further driving investment in the liquefied natural gas, LNG, which is worth more than 20 billion. It's one of those key catalytic projects. Khona ukuza ubomi babantu bakuthi buguquke bube ngcono sikwagxeleshe nala nuclear ephaya ngase Jeffreys Bay. Siyathetha noRhulumente kazwelonke into yokuba kule ngxaki sijongene nayo yombane elizweni kuyabaluleka into yokuba iqhube la nkqubo nala program isincedise ngokwangoku amandla ombane siwafumana kuphehlo mbane olwenziwe eMpumalanga. Yiyo le nto umbane osiwusebenzisayo apha ukhangaleka ngokungathi unexabiso eliphezulu. The ANC-led companies continue to deepen our competitive advantage in the automotive sector with significant investment in the automotive supply industry. The automotive original equipment manufactured enterprise OEMs ezifana no-Ford, VW, Mercedes-Benz, Isuzu, and the 100% black-owned Africa Auto Group continue to make significant investment in the province as a concrete sign of commitment and confidence in the provincial economy. Ibingenakwenzeka loo nto makhomredi xa ngaba besingekho semcimbini kwaye sicacise into okokuba sisuka phi siliphondo sindawoni sirhalela ukuyaphi. In 2021, government opened factories for 16 auto sector supplies in East London SABC that have invested a combined 3.3 billion into our economy. In supporting this private sector investment, the provincial government is investing 93.9 million over the 3-year period, that is the medium-term expenditure framework, for skills and supply development in the auto sector. The ANC-led government Congress is driving our rural development and agrarian reform interventions under the auspices of the Eastern Cape Provincial Agriculture Transformation Strategy. Government has invested in agro-processing initiatives across value chains throughout the province, highly concentrating on commodities such as grain, red meat, citrus, fruit, macadamia, poultry, and cannabis. Yabona ke lo mcimbi we-cannabis comrades. Yabona khona amaphondo eselihambela phambili and singake siwulandele ngasemva and amaphondo akakhululekanga ngulo mcimbi. The Tambo and Alfred Nzo should be the major beneficiaries, not only from a primary production point of view, but also from an agro-processing point of view. Phaya ke kwi-ANC uqala kwethu uraise le discussion. ANC members zilapha kuke kwafunwa ukuthi wayengathi nje usihlalo wensana. Napha kuRhulumente kwi-National Cabinet likhutla xa uyithetha le nto ubona uyakrokrelwa hlathi. Uba ingani ngupremier wensana no. And we saw it, comrades, that it's a huge niche, it's a huge business that can really help us to turn around the socio-economic outlook of our area, particularly in the eastern part of the province. We are working, comrades, flat out to ensure that as we overtake the process as we have started it. And I'm happy now that everyone can speak confidently about it in the public as a really, really economic potential area enokuncedisa ilizwe libheke phambili. We have also invested resources to support smallholder farmers to improve livestock, horticulture, and grain production infrastructure. Government continues to support irrigation schemes to improve agricultural productivity and output. These are key investments meant to stimulate the rural economy and support the livelihood of the majority of the people of our province who are based in rural areas. Delegates, yazini into yokokuba i-Eastern Cape kwilizwe lonke ayinaphondo elingana nalo ngeegusha. Eza gusha zenu nizifuyileyo phaa emakhaya xa zibalwe zonke zadityaniswa neenkomo, neehagu, neenkukhu, asinalo iphondo elilandela thina. Singunumber 1. Ingxaki yethu Kodwa xa uthetha ngenyama ebomvu phake ngokwi-economy singunumber 5 elizweni. Kuba abatyali zimali batyale imali kumanye amaphondo ingakumbi koGauteng. Thatha imfuyo yethu apho iyofakwa kwii-feedlots, ilungise ixhelwe, niyodibana nayo esilarheni nisenifuna ibrisket, nibiza amagama aningazange nawava, niyeke izifuno. Yinto ekufuneka siyilungisile ema-comrade leyo. Yinto ekufuneka siyilungisile ema-comrade leyo because kwigusha ufumana uboya obu bempahla esiyinxibayo, ufumana inyama nenkomo ngokunjalo. Ude ufumane nebisi ke egusheni phaa xa ubetha unyanga ntathu. Phaa sikhuliswa ngebisi legusha hlathi kwelaa cala. Umntana iyeza lentshube utyiswa amasi egusha atsho abe right. Comrades, with 800 kilometers of pristine coastline, the ANC-led government has made concerted effort to drive oceans economy, industrial development, and coastal marine tourism. These are two sectors that represent a largely untapped potential in the province for growth and jobs. Whilst the tourism sector was the hardest hit by the pandemic, we've made great strides in supporting the sector's recovery. The tourism sector continues, comrades, to grow with tourist numbers steadily increasing with further easing of lockdown measures. The economic activity at our ports has rebounded, fueling the recovery of the ocean's economy in the province. Our ports of Port Elizabeth, Okanye Gqeberha, and East London, comrades, are also earmarked for further development as they are a crucial component of logistics infrastructure. NEC members ezilapha niyibonile i-risk esikuyo from a security and an economic point of view with that Gauteng-Durban corridor. Kwakwenzeka ingxaki nokokuba ibe yi-looting, nokuba ibe zezi floods sizibonileyo, i-economy yelizwe iyama ngqi, kube nzima ukusebenza kwelizwe. So kubalulekile loo nto ijongiwe. Up, we have got all that potential to be that alternative and offer that. Kuyekwe ucingwa ngeDurban, neRhawuti, kwakunye neCape Town. We're here, comrades, we've been here and we've offered, we've had these OEMs here. Mercedes-Benz has been working here for more than 60 years, as well as Volkswagen. So it's important that we understand that and begin to look at how we then integrate Eastern Cape in the national economic hub. As mandated by the Eastern Cape, the provincial government developed and approved the Eastern Cape Infrastructure Plan. The overall purpose of the Eastern Cape Infrastructure Plan was to articulate the infrastructure priorities for province between 2018 and 2030. Hence, we talk about 2030 vision and outline programs and interventions to achieve outcomes. The implementation of the infrastructure plan has seen many significant projects being rolled out, as was detailed in the recent State of the Province address. The following observations and lessons, comrades, need to be noted. The N2 Wild Coast Highway project reached implementation stage and represent the first concrete catalytic infrastructure investment in the east of our province since the achievement of the democratic dispensation in 1994. Masiqhubeleni laa nto ka-N2 neza bridges ezenzekayo e-Alfred Nzo nase-OR Town. As we all know, the east of our province is economically depressed with high levels of unemployment and poverty, and it needs concrete intervention to unlock its potential, especially in the Wild Coast. The province needs to partner with the local communities and stakeholders in defending this development. In this regard, comrades, we require structures and branches to be at the center of these discussions, such as our people are not represented at consultation and activism spaces by elements that seek to use their plight to advance their own objectives. So, khawunyamezele man ndigqibezele report yabantu base-Eastern Cape efunwa ile nkomfa. Aninayo i-political report. Please, comrades, can we make sure that those who are distributing the political report reaches that comrade, and those comrades who don't have it? Okay, comrades, that is attended. Thank you very much, comrades, for bringing that to us. Can you make sure that, comrades, that is attended? Thank you very much, comrades. The Mzimvubu multi-purpose project, comrades, has not reached implementation stage, despite shortening of the project by the then president in 2014. The Department of Water and Sanitation has seen a high turnover of ministers and director generals, resulting in inconsistent championing of these projects. The key lessons on these delays, comrades, for this project is for the province to be in regular interaction with the local stakeholders and communities through providing regular updates and partnering with the Minister of Water Affairs and Sanitation to ensure consistent championing of this project. Comrades, ngicela nimamele because kufuneka nibuye niyothi i-ANC ihambe yama ndawoni na nezingxaki zabantu ezinjengezi. Uchairman wando? So yekumosha wena. The government also needs to prioritize participatory democracy of the local communities and stakeholders during the initiation of major infrastructure development initiatives. All development initiatives, comrades, need to consider the perspective of local role players, such that consultative and public participation engagements be qualitative rather than for compliance reasons. Aba bathetha ke ngokomisa bathethiswa kukuyazi le report ngoba sebeyifumene. Please comrades, the report iyeza yona. Again, comrades, our branches must be at the center of this discussion. Yabona comrades, sininika lento yafama niyayinikwa xa nize enkomfeni ye-ANC. Sinikhuphe kule niyifuna ngokwangoku, at least nizokwazi uya kule ni-rate uba nizawuthi makuyiwe njani naphambili. Nyamezelani ke maphambili. The last point we want to make, comrades, is that capacity building and skills development is crucial to facilitate the participation of local labor, contractors and suppliers during the implementation phase of infrastructure projects. Comrades, collectively, all these economic and sector activities we have just shared with you have propelled the recovery of our provincial economy. The urgent task remains, comrades, ensuring that the recovery is labor-intensive to absorb the high number of unemployed, universal affirmation of the local SMMEs, and young people in all government-led projects in the province. The ANC-led government is already affirming SMME with the provincial department, transacting a total of more than 24 billion, that is 58%, since 2019 with Eastern Cape-based suppliers. As ANC comrades and branches, we also have a role to play in building an all-inclusive economy, and this we must do, comrades, by building economy literacy within the ANC and communities as a foundation towards appreciation of local assets in order to debunk what Benfine calls as a zombie economics. Appreciating and building developmental logic of the natural endowments within the communities and, comrades, building capacity of all societal leaders to appreciate that the economy is not mere government resources, and therefore build the entrepreneurial acumen and innovation among SMMEs. With the formal ending of the national state of disaster, the ANC-led 6th Provincial Administration has doubled its effort in driving economic reconstruction and recovery. The economic reconstruction and recovery efforts will be meaningless, comrades, if they don't translate to the improved living conditions of our people. Hence, societal transformation remains one of our important pillars in the struggle to fundamentally transform our province. Our social transformation agenda, comrades, is part of the ongoing program of social change to create better life for all, so that together we can create a South Africa that truly belongs to all who live in it, as articulated in the Freedom Charter. Essential as the point of departure, comrades, is that this program is about building a new society, a society that never existed before. In building this society, comrades, we must fundamentally resolve the three basic and interrelated contradictions of colonialism of a special type, which is racial oppression, class super exploitation, and patriarchal relations of power. This society, comrades, which we refer to as the National Democratic Society, will be mainly on ensuring the durability of the genuinely united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous country. Of equal importance, comrades, to the agenda of social transformation is our ongoing duty to achieve social cohesion and accelerating the project of nation building so that we create a just and inclusive society that draws on our rich heritage. In this regard, comrades, ANC structures must be effective agents of change as leaders in communities if the ANC is to drive the radical socio-economic agenda. To this end, ANC members must be exemplary in their conduct, in their families, in their communities, and in their participation in organs of people's power. Sinoxanduva, comrades, lokokuba ngaphambili kumaphulo okulwela amalungelo abantu ingakumbi omama, abantwana, abantu abatsha, nabantu abakhubazekileyo. At the core of our challenges, we've always acknowledged that we are confronted by inequality, unemployment, and poverty, which also underpin the social ills manifested within our communities. Given that, comrades, these challenges are historic, structural, and persistent, we must first appreciate that ANC-led government has worked tirelessly to fight poverty, deprivation, and inequality through the Reconstruction and Development Plan of 1994 and to the National Development Plan Vision 2030. In this period, comrades, we made a great progress towards reducing poverty and establishing a more equitable society. As you are aware, comrades, this political program has been carried out through the provision of a range of public goods and services, which include free and subsidized basic services such as houses, water, sanitation, energy, and poor household. These services, comrades, further include no-fee schools, school nutrition and transport programs, free health care, the provision of social assistance in the form of social grants, mandatory social insurance agreements with employers, developmental welfare services, and expanded public works program, to mention but a few. To demonstrate this progress, comrades, allow me to share a bit of statistics reflecting the extent of service delivery in this regard. The General Household Survey of 2019 conducted by Stats SA represents the most valid and recent statistics of the extent of service delivery in our country. In this regard, Stats SA 2019 cite the following achievements. The percentage of households connected to the main electricity supply in the province was at 52% in 2002 and increased to 88% in 2019. Thank you. The percentage of households that have access to improved sanitation in the province was at 33% in 2002 and increased to 89% in 2019. The percentage of household comrades with access to piped or tapped water in their dwellings, off-site or on-site in the province was at 56% in 2002 and increased to 76% in 2019. Nationally, comrades, the percentage of households with access to an improved source of water only increased by less than 5% between 2002 and 2018. However, the Eastern Cape recorded the highest increase of all provinces with an increase of 19%, followed by KwaZulu-Natal at 11%. Social grants, comrades, remain a vital safety net, particularly in the poorest provinces like ours. In the province, 60% of our households receive at least one type of social grant. Nationally, the percentage of learners aged at 5 and older who attend school where no tuition fees were levied increased from 0.4% in 2002 to 67.2% in 2018. In the province, comrades, 78% of learners attend no-fee schools. Moreover, learners attending public schools and who benefited from the school nutrition programs is estimated, comrades, to be at 90% in our province. Roughly, comrades, 89% of household members who consulted on public healthcare institutions in the province reported to be satisfied with services they receive. Ivile nento okokuba abantu bakuthi abasasweleki kwi-age esezantsi noko bayakhula ngoku since kwabakho ezi interventions zinjengezi. Ndibone ke iripoti eke yakhutshwa nelinye iphepha lalapha ekuthiwa yi-Dispatch ethi izikolo zodaka zinyukile usuka ngo-2018 uzotsho ngoku. Akukho kwasikolo sinye sodaka esike sokhiwa, zinyuka njani izikolo zodaka zingasokhiwa? Abantu babhala nje into zemqala yabo. The delivery of these public goods, comrades, and services have gone a long way to ensure a significant improvement in living conditions for the majority of our people over the past 28 years. We are also certain that, comrades, the census report of this year will also reflect higher figures to the ones I've just cited above. Comrades, delegates, we must also honestly reflect that these great achievements, the levels of inequality of our country remain high, and emergence of COVID-19 has further compounded our socio-economic condition. More than ever before, comrades, we must increase our collective efforts and do more together to transform our society. We need a united, strong, solid African National Congress in this province in order for us to take our province to a higher pedestal. As the Provincial Task Team, comrades, we reaffirm that central to our efforts for social change. It should be strengthening and deepening the linkages between economic and productive sectors with social sectors to enable greater advances and long-term sustainability of our socio-economic interventions. In the same vein, comrades, at the 54th National Conference, we noted that we should always emphasize the coexistence of socio-economic rights, considering the tendency to emphasize radical economic transformation at the expense of radical socio transformation. Comrades, we must equally be conscious and vigilant to the fact that the political program of social transformation is not homogeneously accepted, but it is contested at various social centers of power, internally within the movement and in the state, at the economy, and the civil society mass organization. There are some amongst us, comrades, whose primary preoccupation is their financial prosperity beyond the political programs of social transformation of the people as a whole. Outside, comrades, there is the opposition, which is primarily fighting the interests of colonial and apartheid beneficiaries and questions public spending on social upliftment intervention. This means, comrades, we must therefore be resolute on our founding principles and values as a movement so that the collective interests of the people remain at the center and we subordinate narrow personal interest. The PTT, comrades, affirms the social change necessitates that the movement emphasizes the centrality of families in human and community development. Indeed, comrades, families and parenting are profound important to the development, emotionally and cognitive growth of children, and parents can only play a central role in this development. Instability and disintegration, comrades, at the family level fundamentally contributes to the manifestation, rising social distress, substance abuse, social violence, and crime. In turn, comrades, if not addressed, this situation has long-lasting effects resulting in the decay of moral fiber, social values, and norms of our communities for generations to come. As a form, comrades, of a new consensus, we need to build a strong case for the preservation and the restoration of this great institution of our society that is home. Eastern Cape, comrades, has been a labor-sending province, and out of any province, we have the largest portion of our labor-active people working outside the province. At a family level, this situation has created a scenario wherein more than any other province in the country, children are not living with their parents, The latest estimate, comrades, in this regard being 33%. This situation is also reflected by the fact that province has the highest proportion of children or child foster care cases. These statistics, comrades, demonstrate that at a political level, the ANC must do more to advocate and champion the value and the role of families in the social transformation agenda. Young people are an important asset in the building of our envisaged national democratic society because they are driving force for change. The youth of South Africa, comrades, has been significant to the history of the ANC, and their role continues to be important in the life of our organization. However, comrades, we must acknowledge that the current perception of the ANC amongst young people is largely negative and principally reflected by the youth vote in elections. Central in ensuring the long-term survival of the organization, we must meaningfully deal with the socio-economic issues directly affecting young people. Their representation within our structures and their participation in the people's organs of power. Equally important, comrades, in this regard is ensuring that revival of the ANC Youth League and its capacity to genuinely serve and lead the interests of people, young people, continues. The ANC, comrades, must support the young lions to regain their strength so that their road to lead the interests of young people can echo throughout the South African society. Roar, young lions, roar! Among the most pressing issues affecting the young people is the youth unemployment, where the rate of unemployment among the youth is higher than any other age group, regardless of educational level. The graduates' unemployment rate, comrades, is estimated to be at about 35% for those aged between 15 to 24 and 15% among those aged between 25 to 34 years old. A largely unemployed, idle and economically inactive youth population, comrades, present the most immediate threat to South Africa's socio-political stability. A time bomb. Ukuba sibe nabantu abatsha abasemandleni abangenanto ukwenza kodwa befuna ukwenza, and the country's productivity, comrades, capacity will forever be challenged if young people are not really brought up to help us deal with some of these issues. It is against this background, comrades, that at the core of the social compact must be the involvement of young people with vastly increased opportunities to education through the internship and work exposure programs that equip the youth with skills required and appropriate to the economy. As one of the key avenues, comrades, the ANC has always agreed that government must always have a structured support to black-owned companies across our economy sectors and through public procurement, with special attention to those owned by women, youth, military veterans, and people with disability. This includes 30% set aside that comrades should benefit these designated groups. The ANC-led provincial government, comrades, increased beneficiation of youth-owned SMMEs from 5% in 2019-2020 to 18%, comrades, by mid-2021-2022. And we are determined to continue increasing these thresholds until we reach 30% target set in the National Youth Policy. Luxanduva ke, comrades, this PTT that has also identified akhona ke amaphulo, comrades, ayenzekileyo okungenelela ukuqinisekisa uba lo mbono ubekwe i-ANC phambi kwethu uyafezekiswa. I-intervention ezikhoyo kurhulumente ezifana noStaro njalo njalo. Comrades, women in our society have suffered greatly from the three interrelated contradictions of racial oppression, class exploitation, and patriarchal relations of power. As point of departure, comrades, the struggle for gender equality has been carried out from this recognition. In addition, in the current conjuncture, it is also important to recognize that women and members of the LGBTQI+, LGBTQIAP+, are further disadvantaged, violated and discriminated based on their sexuality. Comrade President Nelson Mandela correctly remarked, comrades, that, and I quote, "Freedom cannot be achieved unless the women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression," close quote. Our struggle for gender equality and women emancipation, comrades, is therefore principally about eliminating all forms of oppression and ensuring that women have equal opportunities to life and development. As part of this work, comrades, the active agenda of promoting women representation in key levers of power should be intensified. Women, comrades, still represent the face of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, not just in our country, but throughout the world. Ngabantu abangomama amaqabane esibabona bethengisa iziqhamo ecakwendlela. Ngabantu abangomama abathengisa ubugoqo bentsimbi. Ngabantu abangomama abathengisa kwiirenk zeebhasi neeteksi, comrade, ukondla iintsapho zabo. Imali encinci maqabane abayizuzayo ivula iingcango zobomi obungcono. Abantwana babo bafumane amathuba afana nemfundo ephakamileyo. Comrades, addressing the position of women in South Africa, and particularly in the rural context, needs an urgent attention of the ANC. Patriarchal practices within the organization and within the government it leads must be dealt with severely. Patriarchy, comrades, divides society and must be combated in all its forms. Gender stereotype, comrades, socialization of girls and boys must be addressed to build social cohesion and democratize gender relations. Equally, comrades, with the same vigor and resolve, we must wage a relentless fight against gender-based violence and femicide. We continue, comrades, to be deeply concerned by the fact that the realization of a prosperous and a vibrant democracy is severely tarnished by the violence directed at women and gender non-conforming persons. As such, comrades, the fight against gender-based violence will have to be collectively carried out across the terrains, including the boardrooms, workplace, homes, and in the streets. We must, comrades, adopt an unwavering commitment to sustain our campaign of rooting out backward and chauvinistic attitudes even amongst ourselves, who on many occasions would hide behind the veils of norms, cultures, tradition, practices, and beliefs that perpetuate socialized violence against women and patriarchal relations of power. Men, comrades, in the ANC must commit with their deeds not to abuse women and call out their comrades who abuse women. It is not enough, comrades, to participate in marches as men. We must change our masculinity attitudes towards women. We see many inequalities still exist in that, comrades. More women live in the poorest areas, rural areas, and informal settlement, and about 40% of families are headed by women, where 80% of those families have no formal wage and sustain themselves with social grants. Masculinity, amanina, comrades, lamatyatanga swabophelela kuwo. On climate justice, comrades, recently we witnessed the devastating effects of climate change in our province. And in our sister province, KwaZulu-Natal, it became so severe. We have lost lives, comrades, and many more of our people were left destitute and homeless during this tragedy. The 5 districts of OR Tambo, Alfred Nzo, Christian Amatole, and Joe Gabi, comrades, as well as the Buffalo City Metro, now appear to be prone to these natural disasters. And 3 of them, comrades, have been hit twice by natural disasters in the past 10 years. These natural disasters, comrades, are in various forms and include tornadoes, storms, and recent floods that have hit parts of our province since the start of the summer season, with Buffalo City Metro being the hardest hit, comrades, by these catastrophic floods that we have seen in January. We need more than, comrades, 2 billion from national government to rebuild affected infrastructure in our communities, which includes homes, roads, bridges, and schools, as well as healthcare facilities. Our first line, comrades, of defense to these disasters is planning and quality plans that are informed by the relevant ISO norms and standards. Provisions of human settlement plans, comrades, will help our people understand why they cannot settle on flood plains. This is doable, comrades. We need to help, comrades. Ubuya phaya eSajonis, ufika phaya ama-comrades zithi abafuna usuka aba bantu bahleli kule ndawo. Yawufika i-disaster ifike ibagqubelele kulaa ndawo, comrades. Comrades, education remains our priority as a movement. We must ensure continuous implementation of rationalization of schools for effective and efficient provincial schools. Portfolio, comrades, and effectively manage teacher provisioning, scholar transport, and utilization of closed schools to useful community purposes. We must, comrades, vastly improve the management of the scholar transport systems with increased participation of women that contributes to local economic development. The organizational report will deal much with this content. We must also, comrades, realize the policy intention of enhancing learning and development in our early childhood development centers in the context of advancing the rights of children and preparing the children for the lifelong learning. On health, comrades, health is another apex priority of the ANC, and the implementation of the National Health Insurance remains important in this regard. Our health system, comrades, was tested to the limit by the COVID-19 pandemic, and it withstood the test of time. We reprioritized, comrades, 590 million and invested it in our hospital rehabilitation program. This critical infrastructure, comrades, has given us 2,209 COVID-19 isolation beds and is largely helped us, comrades, to build that legacy for the future of the healthcare facilities in our province. Credit, comrades, for now, we managed the COVID-19 pandemic, and also goes to healthcare workers who showed immense courage to face an unknown virus on the front line, risking their lives and save the lives of our masses. The 6th administration, comrades, is seized with the task of fixing challenges in the public health system, particularly finding a sustainable solution to the medical legal claims challenge that is an albatross to the budget of our province. Kodwa ma comrades masitshoni, ayikho right into yokokuba amanesi xa engabelisekanga ziingxaki ezithile zorhulumente la ke ngokaqashweyo noba akhalazela ngekaqashwa ashiye izigulane zingenabantu, abantu basweleke bengahoywanga, comrades. Siyawabulela ama-comrades aseNelson Mandela ngokuphakama ngexesha ebelifanelekile i-leadership ANC to also prevail in this situation. Siyacela ama-comrades into yokokuba makungaphulwa umthetho kuba izinto ezimbini ezirongo aziyenzi into erayithi. Isebe lezempilo silixelele ke uba malikhawulezise inkqubo zokuqinisekisa uba amanesi ebefamba ayaqeshwa ngokukhawuleza kuba banayo imali yokuqesha amanesi ngokukhawuleza kulo nyaka mali. We must increase, comrades, the impact of sustainability of programs targeting women and youth socio-economic opportunities. In addition, comrades, child-headed households must be prioritized in social protection interventions. Integration towards the improvement of human settlement delivery working with the government will be important. This is to enhance the delivery of integrated human settlement, prioritizing amongst others access roads, electricity, water, sanitation, bulk water provision and released land parcels. Moreover, community water provision must be addressed as an integral part of human settlement, and the Water Act should be reviewed, comrades, to ensure that water resources are a public good. Municipalities, comrades, must commission viability studies for building small dams to ensure water security and further provide water tanks where permanent infrastructure is not yet provided to. But isebe lamaqabane lakwa water and sanitation liyazama ukwakha this bulk water infrastructure that we need in the province. Nobuthetha ngenoTredag ngapha eNelson Mandela to address challenges zamanzi anqongopheleyo, that is being attended to. Namanye ke ngoko amadami akhiwayo azanywayo noba kungapha koqhorha njalo njalo. So lo msebenzi uzofuna sisebenze ama-comrades sonke omasipala bethu, particularly the district municipalities, to rise to the occasion. Imbi into yoba kufakelwe itap, kodwa itap neskim samanzi zingaphumi manzi. Imali ibe yona ihambile, i-service provider ibe ibhatele. Imbi loo nto, comrades, ayifuneki mayingenziwa. Umsebenzi esiwenzayo mabe ngumsebenzi ozawukwazi utshintsha impilo zabantu bakuthi. Comrades, work must be done to facilitate the entrenchment of social cohesion and the nation building using programs such as Africa Day to inculcate in the hearts and minds of our people that we are all sons and daughters of Africa. Therefore, xenophobia has no place in our province. Yeah. All this work, comrades, will require an organization and alliance that is capable both in the form and and in content to provide leadership of a society and social actors, including government. Hence, it is important that we press ahead with work of uniting and renewing our movement to be an instrument for transformation in the hands of our people. On renewal, comrades, unity and renewal, comrades, and any self-respecting organization is required to be in a constant state of renewing itself to improve its capacity to drive its aims and objectives. This is done, comrades, to constantly adapt to the ever-changing environment. At the core, comrades, of the renewal project is truly aligning practice with the founding principles and values of our movement, and to be adaptive to the new situation and circumstances the organization finds itself in. The renewal, comrades, we are speaking about is about improving people's lives. The renewal, comrades, of the ANC in the Eastern Cape is a total commitment to grow our economy, attract investment, create jobs for a better life for our people. The renewal, comrades, is about making ANC, Eastern Cape, South Africa, and the world better. It is now, comrades, apparent that the ANC is facing an existential crisis. This can be seen, comrades, amongst others, in voter apathy, proven corporate capture, and the state, comrades, weakening of state institutions, rampant corruption, lack of trust on the ANC and its government, and unprecedented violent public protest, comrades. Comrades, if the movement does not dramatically change course, then the revolution will soon be in a fundamental crisis. ANC, comrades, must adapt. ANC, comrades, must renew. The current moment, comrades, requires ANC members and leaders to actively and openly campaign for the renewal of our organization, institutions, and systems. That renewal project should also mean isolating decisively, comrades, any alien, corrupt networks, elements that are not aligned with the values and principles of the ANC, and those that conflict with the law. We must understand that, comrades, when that is done, forces of regressions and criminality networks found even within our ranks will do everything possible to fight against the renewal of our organization. Their fight back, comrades, should not make us timid. Renewal should mean a complete process of reimagining and reshaping the movement. Even the outcomes, comrades, of the Zondo Commission should be viewed as the opportunity for the ANC to do deep soul searching and examine our processes, systems, assumptions, and cultures, whether they are truly aligned to the rule of law, constitution, and expectation of the society. Some of the key questions, comrades, we need to ask ourselves as we go about this process of renewal are the following. Are we attracting the quality of members capable of being agents of renewal and change of people's lives? Are we sufficiently empowering the ANC members with political, ideological, and organizational training and education for them to better understand the ANC and its mission? Are our structures, comrades, suitably organized to carry out the mandate of the ANC? Are our processes of electing leaders robust enough to ensure that best amongst us are elected and the will of the membership prevails? Do we nominate or select the most suitable and fit members to be ANC public representative? Are the people, comrades, governing, or have we appropriated people's power to ourselves as the organization? Are our public representatives, comrades, serving the people with distinction? Are we consistent, comrades, on acting against incompetence, poor performance, wrongdoing, and malfeasance? The principal task of the ANC in the immediate comrades, for example, is to provide leadership to all progressive strata and forces for realization of better life for all. For this assignment, comrades, to be realized, the ANC must earn its role of being a leader of society. It must not just claim it. It must earn it. This role, comrades, cannot be ordained. It must be worn in the theatre of struggle on daily basis. We must be comrades willing to able. We must, comrades, be willing and able to subject ourselves to the organization and its collective. We must understand that it is us who join this organization, and therefore organizational discipline demands us to live by the values and standards which the ANC espouses. It is in this context that we must understand that regardless of whether one may think he or she is correct, but once the organization has taken a decision, such decision is binding to all. The resolution, comrades, for all those formally charged with corruption and serious criminal offenses to step aside must be understood in that context. In the intent, comrades, to salvage the integrity of the organization and sparing the name of the organization from being dragged into court with its member or a leader. Building revolutionary moral high ground is one of the problematic bases for earning the trust of the masses, and such forge a widest possible patriotic front of forces behind advancing, deepening, and defending the second radical phase of our national democratic revolution. Therefore, comrades, those who profess to care about the ANC should not even be contemplating defying its decision. Such conduct, comrades, is a counter-revolutionary tendency, and such persons have clearly not internalized our ideology and organizational theory and discipline. While as the ANC, comrades, we have committed to build a developmental state as an instrument of transformation, it is becoming apparent that our people no longer believe that we are competent or genuine in our commitment to do so. From as early, comrades, as 1999 general elections, ANC support, voter turnout, and youth participation in elections began to decline. This was further evidence in 2019 elections, which showed declining voter turnout and low voter participation, particularly among youth. The same pattern, comrade, of low voter turnout worsened in 2021 local government election. Comrades, we must congratulate you, congratulate ANC in the Eastern Cape, all of you volunteers, for doing a good job to defend ANC at a time when it was confronted by this. We are the only province that, comrades, defended ANC municipalities. Out of 39 municipalities, 36 municipalities are outright under control of the ANC. 2 municipalities are in coalition that is led by the ANC. We only lost 1 municipality. A province that follows us, comrades, has only won about 20 municipalities. We have worked, comrades, so hard because of unity that has kept this collective intact to be where we are and achieved what we have achieved together. To illustrate this point, comrades, the national voter turnout in 2016 was at 57%. In 2021, comrades, dropped it to 46%. In the Eastern Cape, in 2021, the voter turnout was 47% as compared to 55% in 2016. Nelson Mandela Bay, comrades, declined from 62% in 2016 to 46% in 2019. Buffalo City also declined by 10% from 54% in 2016 to 45% in 2021. Whilst declining voter turnout is consistent with global trends, however, comrades, the Eastern Cape and South Africa are below the global and African average. These trends, comrades, indicate a lack of interest in the electoral politics and mistrust in the formal institution of government. ANC, comrades, itself has a long admitted that need to renew and develop a different course of action, and therefore the need to renew is not something new or recent as some would have us believe. As early as 1997, comrades, the ANC itself identified that sins of incumbents have reached a critical point where it poses a challenge to the very character of the African National Congress and an existential crisis. The 51st National Conference confirmed that subculture of the deviation from the established norms of the organization and the encouragement of populism, factionalism, and divisions within the ranks of our movement. The 52nd National Congress noted that Congress accumulated weaknesses include the inability to effectively deal with the new tendency arising from being a ruling party, such as social distance, patronage, careerism, corruption, and abuse of power, ineffective management of the interface between the movement and the state. The diagnostic report, comrades, presented at the Fifth National Policy Conference indicated the decline is multifaceted and manifests in several weaknesses, which include, and I quote, the blurring of the common purpose for the cadres of the movement, the growing trust deficit between the people and the movement, the impact of the perception of the ANC as entirely corrupt, the decline of the ideological outlook of the movement, and the divisions and the factions that became seemingly permanent feature of the movement, close quote. The 54th National Conference deemed that the ANC was distant, inward-looking, and unable to be an agent of change and connect with communities and the motive forces. It further observed that the ANC was out of touch with constituencies and motive forces, and that some within the ranks of the organization were not schooled in the ANC values and goals. Therefore, comrades, this moment requires a bold leadership that accepts that we cannot do the same thing and expect different results. As a province that has socio-economic challenges that require massive resources, we cannot afford, comrades, for the ANC or its government to be captured by the private corporate interest. We cannot afford, comrades, rampant corruption and mismanagement, as this diverts the legally available resources away from the people to the pockets of private individuals. That is why, comrades, we won't tolerate corruption and malfeasance within and outside the state, regardless of who is implicated or the rank or influence they purport to have in the organization. Taking into consideration, comrades, that the ANC has accepted that among its weaknesses is an inward-looking tendency and social distance from its core constituency. This weakness, comrades, has led to the ANC alienating the broader progressive forces, which are the hallmark of what constitutes the ANC as a Congress movement. Therefore, comrades, the leadership required is that which appeal and connect with the broader progressive forces within society, as the strength of the ANC is in the ability to be a leader of the broader front, which has the ability to mobilize and lead the whole of the oppressed. Since the ANC, comrades, is accused of not being competent, it must follow that those who lead it going forward must have proven record of having excelled in serving the people in their various capacities and roles. The ANC is not just a leader of or for itself. Leadership of the ANC needs to appreciate and deliberately act in valuing the alliance partners and leadership role of the ANC in the alliance. The cordial alliance relations must be a product and skill of leadership, and as such should be embraced and retained, comrades. Comrade Wesanko uchilo apha into apha province siyazama usebenza kahle kakhulu with the alliance, and that has helped a great deal to have ANC shaping better and better every day. We do understand, comrades, that alliance partners are of independent organizations. The fact that we share membership means challenges of one partner tend to spill to other partners. For this reason, comrades, the ANC must manage better its challenges, strive to unite and present a coherent organization which appreciates its role as the leader of the alliance and manage its relations with the Revolutionary Alliance delicately. It is imperative, comrades, for the Revolutionary Alliance leadership to develop a shared political program as the basis of providing coherent leadership to the people of our province. This has gained more importance, comrades, at the back of the recent global experience in which humanity has been confronted with the brutal pandemic. Comrades, no revolutionary organization can coexist with factionalism. It's either, comrades, the organization ceases to exist or factions, comrades, are combated. It is imperative, comrades, however, to distinguish between factions and lobby groups. For example, comrades, Richard Rose distinguished the lobby groups from the factional tendencies as an ad hoc stable set of attitudes rather than organized stable groups of politicians, close quote. For those comrades, lobby groups are an ad hoc, defined in terms of time and are weakly institutionalized. In contrast, comrades, faction persists through the time and self-consciously organized as a body with a measure of discipline and cohesion. When a lobby group, comrades, goes beyond a conference, lobby group, comrades, metamorphoses into a faction. Factions become reinforced in the aftermath of conferences. Nangoku ngafika senezivuleko zenkomfa egqithileyo sisabambene ngemiqala because kwinkomfa egqithileyo bekwenzeke ntoni ubusiphethe njani because people live for such kind of things. Post-conference Congress comrades and conferences, no leader should represent comrades a particular lobby group or section of organization or no faction comrades should itself through the leadership of the organization. On Sunday, comrades, at the conclusion of this conference, all lobby groups, comrades, must cease to exist. The collective leadership that will emerge will lead all members of the ANC and serve the interests of all the people of our province. Comrades, the special devotion to all leagues of the ANC is an important leadership function of the ANC, as the organization is not complete without its leagues. As such, comrades, even on its executive structures, the ANC, comrades, can only elect women and youth to satisfy any quota. Elections, comrades, of these constituencies must be seen, comrades, as a deliberate act by the ANC in making organization stronger and keeping it in touch with the society development. That includes, comrades, our military veterans, Umkhondo weSizwe. That includes that, comrades. We have done a great job here in the province to support these comrades. We implemented the resolution of the 54th conference in 2019, just 2 years after the conference. The NEC is here, it only implemented it last week here, and it was still difficult to talk about an all-inclusive conference under one roof. We congratulate these comrades of Umkhondo weSizwe in our province to understand the importance of their unity and cohesion so that we can work together better and address their real welfare needs. And Kebezeleke ngokuma comrade. Ngelithi kaMaqabane. Njengoba benditshilo ekuqaleni. Indlela esiyihambileyo ibingekho lula. Masebe namhlanje sibuyisela kuni umbutho oseluqilini. This province has got more than 600 branches in good standing. And more than 600 branches will be participating in this conference with delegates. Nangu umbutho wenu. Siubuyisela kuni. Njengoba benisikile. We want to extend a word of gratitude, comrades, to the national officials of the ANC and NEC deployees to the province for supporting the work of the PTT during this term. We also want to thank stalwarts of the movement, such as the comrades who have embarked on a program of renewal, visiting our provinces. President Mbeki did that, and many other comrades who have actually volunteered to do this work of renewal across. The leadership that comrades will emerge should continue to engage our stalwarts because their wisdom and experience in the ANC can assist the ANC to renew and be united and stronger to advance the national democratic revolution. We want comrades to appreciate cadres of the movement who also shared insightful political content with ANC members in series of political education programs that were organized by the PTT and the regions. We thank members of the ANC in our province for their support throughout the term and for playing their role in uniting and renewing the African National Congress. We extend a word of gratitude, comrades, to the ANC staff in the province who, despite all difficulties, continue to serve the organization diligently. As convener, comrades, of this PTT, let me further thank all members of the ANC PTT comrades and the 8th Provincial Executive Committee for their hard work and dedication in discharging their responsibility. The ball, comrade, is now in your court as delegates to elect a new leadership that will defend and advance the gains we attained in the past 4 years. You have a huge responsibility on your shoulders, comrades, because our movement is under siege. particularly from the opposition parties. They are smelling blood ahead of the 2024 general elections. The leadership collective comrades we are going to elect will have to work extra hard to campaign for a decisive ANC victory in the national elections. We must remember, comrades, that ANC contests power or state power to advance the national democratic revolution. If the ANC is dislodged from the state power, the NDR comrades will be in jeopardy. You have all, comrades, the tools at your disposal, which include comrades, through the eye of a needle, to elect leadership collective that will withstand the test that lie ahead to advance the gains of building a better life for all our people in our province. As you go about your responsibility of electing the new leadership, comrades, be reminded, comrades, of the wise words of Dr. A.B. Kuma on leadership when he said, and I quote, "Leadership, comrades, means service for and not domination over others. True and genuine leaders, comrades, serve the cause of the people and do not expect the cause to serve them and become source of profit and honor to them. Africa, comrades, expect all her sons and daughters to serve the cause of the people loyally, sincerely and honestly," close quote. I trust, comrades, that these wise words from President Dr. A.B. Kuma will guide us as you discharge your responsibilities as representatives of our branches and communities. On behalf of the provincial task team, comrades, I hereby table this political report and wish that delegates don't hold back in enriching the report, comrades, through rigorous discussions that will shape program for the next term. Let us make, comrades, 2022 indeed a year of unity and renewal to defend and advance the Africa's democratic gains. Holy Vatambo, Holy Vatambo.
All right, and that concludes the delivery of the political report by Oscar Mabuyane. We're going to have some in-depth unpacking of that report.
Amandla! Amandla! Oi, two! Oi, two! Viva ANC, viva! Viva ANC, viva! Viva SACP, viva! Viva SACP, viva! Viva COSATU, viva! Viva COSATU, viva! Viva Sanko, viva! Viva Sanko, viva! Malbongwe! Malbongwe! Roar young lions, roar! Roar young lions, roar! Amandla! Thank you very much, comrades. Let us give the chairperson a round of applause. Thank you very much, comrades. I know when we adopted the agenda, comrades, please. Comrades, after such a delivery of a political report, comrades, I'm saying, I know when we adopted the draft, the program, it's no longer a draft program. When it came to the political report, there was something in brackets that said clarities and comments. Can we then agree, comrades, that this be referred to commissions to enrich discussions in commissions? That is an overwhelming yes. Thank you very much, comrades. Secondly, comrades, now that we have 30, dinner will be ready by 7. And if you know, okay, dinner, comrades, dinner will be ready by 7 o'clock. Mamelan kaluk makaban. Agora science aglon. Dinner will be ready by 7 o'clock. The credentials will be ready after dinner. Because the steering committee is going to sit now and deliberate on the credentials, then bring the credentials to you, as I explained earlier. So, there is only one item for open session because all others are in the closed session. That item, which is on the presentation on organizational renewal. So can we allow Mawetu to present that so that at least we have something to do until 7 o'clock? Can we agree on that, comrades? Mawetu, where are you? Habe ukula ke lumzuzu zayo, comrade. Awunaphinde enye ngathi ayingolo batha. Comrade Mawetu une. Wophi ngokuMawetu besivumelene. Comrade kanihlabele. Amandla, comrades. Amandla. Amandla, comrades. Comrades, Amandla. Comrades, Amandla. Maspuyen, comrades, Amandla. Ibambin, Makaban. Ibambin. Thank you. Ibambin. Thank you. Thank you, comrades. Thank you, comrades. Thank you, comrades. Thank you, Apo Pesul. La Makabana Pa. Thank you, comrades. Can somebody talk to those comrades right on top? Thank you. We shall now call upon my way to make the presentation. Comrades, when we started this conference, the chairperson made an appeal. And I want us to remember that as we progress with the conference. Let us, within the plenary of this conference, try by all means to sing songs that unite us. This was a plea made by the chairperson in the morning, and we agreed to it. I at once believe that there would be a comrade of the ANC who would be against that if it is, and its objective is to make sure that we are united. So I want to make that, remind you and make that special plea as comrades of the African National Congress to remember what we said in the morning for us to try by all means and make sure that we remain united in this one. Can we then therefore allow Umawe to come and make the presentation? Comrades, I'm going to request comrades to please sit down and listen to this, because this would be part of our deliberations in commissions. And comrades, commissions remain very important in conferences because they shape the policy discourse of the African National Congress. That's the reason why we are here. Wait.
Amandla. 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 Thank you very much, Chair of the session. Comrades, this bulsele kumntu wasenhlanganisweni, particularly abanikazi bento who are delegates of the conference. Comrades, the document I'm presenting, you will not be having it on your printed form, but it was emailed to all structures in preparation of the RGCs and subsequently the commissions, pre-conference commissions that said. So if you did receive the package that was sent, that package included all the policy conference, the National Policy Conference discussion documents and the discussion documents from the provincial task team. So it will be part of those documents. It will be entitled Of Unity, Leadership and Renewal. So the comrades whom received that package, you can make reference to that document. And as such, comrades, taking into consideration that those who did receive the package read the document, you had your RGCs, many of you are again part of the commissions. I would then, comrades, not stand between yourselves and the dinner time, which Chair has already communicated in plenary. So I will not do that, comrade. Just from the onset, comrades, because this quotation from former President Kwame Nkrumah, it is an opening, and yet at the same time, it is a summation of the proposition that the document seeks to make. President Nkrumah says, comrades, I open quote, Africa needs a new type of citizen, a dedicated, modest, honest, and informed men and women. A man and women who submerges self in service to the nation and humankind. A man and women who abhors greed and detests vanity. A new type of men and women whose humility is their strength and whose integrity is their greatness. I close quote. The document, therefore, comrades, seek to argue that the content and the condition and space compels the African National Congress to take heed on this new type of men and women whom the African National Congress so demands and the moment requires. And as such, comrades, we argue on the document that the principal task of the African National Congress in the immediate is that of providing leadership not only to itself, but to all stratas and forces in society and progressive forces in particular. And that the African National Congress has got to earn on daily basis is referenced as a leader of society. That this role cannot be ordained, and that this role must be won on daily basis on a theater of struggle. That this role cannot only be a role that is earned on struggles of yesterday, that this role must be earned permanently on daily basis. And therefore the argument, comrade, is that for this role of the African National Congress to display at its helm, it requires a leader that appreciates the nature and character of the revolution we're engaged on. A leadership having the required foresight and ability to inspire others to commit and act in unison towards the attainment of the society we envisage as an African National Congress. Therefore, more importantly, this leadership must have ability to interpret the political moments and inspire all, not only to believe, but to act for that envisaged society. And therefore, for this to happen, comrade, the prerequisite must that we should, as members and leaders of the ANC, appreciate the character of the struggle we are engaged on. And that struggle, comrade, a guide to action, therefore, of such is a national democratic revolution, which itself is a product of unity in action against the oppressor class. Therefore, in practice, this NDR must seek to extend democracy to all horizontal corners and the vertical layers within the national territory and its population. This NDR must recognize the intersection and dialectical connection between struggle of race, class, and gender. Appreciate that the objective, therefore, is a creation of non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous and democratic society. And that is why, comrade, we then make an assessment in that document that if we must achieve what we want, we must appreciate that we are pursuing a struggle not on conditions of our own choosing. That these conditions are imposed on us in which to seek to change for betterment of society. And this part, comrade, that deals with situational analysis, the chair in his report or the report of the PTT did go at length in this regard. But the important part, comrade, just to underline for purposes of all of us being one, that what is the contemporary struggles that confronts us, and therefore what is it, how as an organization we then should be fashioning ourselves to respond to those challenges, comrade. The first one, comrade, that we put that when the last conference of the ANC, the 8th Provincial Conference ended, when the 54th National Conference of the ANC ended, the world as we knew it then has fundamentally changed than what it is today. And therefore, comrades, if you fast forward from 2017 to today, the COVID-19 and many other objective conditions have fundamentally changed how we relate and work. However, as that, comrade, happened, the economic condition, particularly of the people of a rural province like Eastern Cape, has worsened than that of 2017. And what has already, comrade, accompanied this situation we're talking about is that if you look on the trust deficit measure as of 2018, you realize, comrade, that you had a Niagara of only 42.1% of population of South Africa that had confidence in the institutions of governance in our country. And that, comrade, that measurement would be on delivering on promises and on improving, on doing right and working to improve the conditions of society. The same time, comrade, if you speak of the institutions of government and the state, your presidency, your parliament, your SABC, SARS, Hawks, NPA, constitution, the public confidence sits below 50%. All of these, comrade, underline the point that when we speak in this context of the document about social distancing, not the one that we came to know of COVID-19, but the social distancing, the trust deficit, the confidence that the electorate and society has on the ANC and government, if it is sitting below 50%, therefore such, comrade, could easily translate to the electoral fortunes of the movement. And when, therefore, the reference is made to reconnect with progressive stratas in society, to reconnect with electorate, to reconnect with our community, the reference should be made so that the African National Congress plays its role as outlined in its objectives and documents. And therefore, the situational analysis, comrade, presents a picture that says if the confidence of the electorate, it is now below 50%. We've got, as an organization, and when we emerge out of this conference, be very clear on the practical steps that have got to be taken to resolve this situation that all of us see that it is glaring. And for that to happen, comrade, we've got to go to the root cause. We've got to go to the root cause and not only deal with the symptoms of what it is that over a period of time have made the communities, have made the electorate of this country and province to have low confidence that are actually below the required pass rate. And 50% will be, in this instance, that's the bare minimum to pass. If we're seated below that, it therefore means that we've got to attend to that question. The second part, comrades, in this regard, is that while as an ANC we have committed into building a developmental state as an instrument of transformation, it is becoming clear that people no longer believe that the ANC is competent or genuine in its commitments. Chair has already spoken on this part, comrade. If you look on the trends of election and study them from 1999, you will realize that the African National Congress, it is not only in the last two elections, for example, the overall, if you aggregate, the overall has been a decline. Of course, there are elements of dramatic decline, and there are moments where you had relative upswing, but in the overall, we have been declining. And part of this, comrade, is on the youth participation on voting. Young people are not registered, young people do not turn out to vote. And this cohort of young people, because not only in Eastern Cape, but on the national demographics, young people are in majority. It is then important that we must ensure that young people or African National Congress is responsive to aspirations and needs of this cohort of society, because it also guarantees the longevity of the African National Congress, and therefore must pay a particular attention to the state of young people, pay particular attention in ensuring that ANC inspires young people to partake in the electoral process of this country, as it were. We also, comrade, see from even the documents of the African National Congress, and I would just highlight it because Chair spoken on this matter, comrade. As early as 1997, African National Congress did speak about the emergence of sins of incumbency. And in all conference subsequent 1997, African National Congress has been confronted with this problem that even today the ANC continues to battle with. This point, comrade, we highlight so that there is no impression that renewal is a product of the 54th National Conference. Any organization, comrades, we argue, that takes itself serious should be on a permanent mode of renewal, should be on a permanent mode, on a state of becoming. And therefore, comrade, when we speak about renewal, it should not be time-bound. Renewal of African National Congress should mean an organization that has capability to interpret the moment, has capability to transform itself. Because the inability of the ANC to adapt and transform, the African National Congress will then be overtaken by events and be rendered irrelevant. So that is an issue, comrade, not only of ANC, of everything else, that it must be metamorphosing into becoming its better version permanently. So that is the issue, comrade. And again, comrade, when we speak about local government elections, all comrades know the results. And I think Chair did speak into this matter. The proposition we make, comrade, in this document is that in this last local government election, that moment should serve in a biblical terms as a Damascus moment. Meaning, comrades, in a political terms, that now that, comrade, all of us, we have been struck by lightning and we are aware that if we don't change our ways of doing things, we may render ourselves out of hearts and minds of the electorate. And therefore, something dramatic in changing the course has to happen. That the renewal of African National Congress, our systems, and not only the ANC, the institutions of government whom have been repurposed. If this moment cannot mean, comrade, the African National Congress changes course, we are at the moment, we argue, comrade, that renewal is no longer an option. It's no longer a matter we may decide to do or not to do. For survival of our organization, to transform our organization to be instrument in the hands of the people, it is now a must. We also argue, comrade, in the document that if we speak, comrades, about the renewal of our own organization, we must appreciate that African National Congress does not have copyrights of the National Democratic Revolution. The struggle in this country and the province is not, the ANC is a product of struggle and not vice versa. And therefore people of this province had pursued struggle without the ANC. And if as an organization we don't sharpen the organization to be an instrument in the hands of the people to pursue their struggle, people may as well pursue their struggle outside us. So the point to make, comrade, is that we must be in a permanent mode of renewing our organization so that the people of this province and the country entrust African National Congress to lead and pursue their struggle. And that responsibility is not ordained. That responsibility is not permanent if the African National Congress does not live up to expectations of the people. And that's the point, comrade, we seek to make. Here, comrade, is the point, and then we leave the situational analysis and get into some practical proposition that are put. Here, comrades, Frantz Fanon is not speaking about the ANC. So this was written in the 60s. Frantz Fanon says, comrade, the political party in many parts of Africa which are today independent is puffed up in the most dangerous way. In the presence of the member of the party, the people are silent, behave like a flock of sheep and publish panecrits in praise of the government or of the leader. But in streets, when the evening comes, away from the village, in the caves or by the river, the bitter disappointment of the people, their despair, but also their uneasy anger makes itself heard. The party, instead of welcoming the expression of popular discontentment, instead of taking for its fundamental purpose the free flow of ideas from the people up to the government, forms a screen and forbids such ideas. The party leaders behave like common sergeant majors, frequently reminding the people of the need to silence in the ranks. I close quote. This point, comrade, by Frantz Fanon, seek to underline the point that we must own up to the challenges that confront our organization. We must be truthful of the challenges whom the organization is now having to deal with. And therefore, comrades, it is only when we admit our failures, it is only when we commit on the action that must be taken, and not only, comrade, in words. In legal terms, comrade, they say that justice must not only be done, it must also be seen to be done. And therefore, we must not only act, comrade, in renewal, we must also be seen to be acting consistently in our commitment and resolves. The dimension, comrade, again, of the economical dimension, the chair has spoken on that, on what confronts in a province like Eastern Cape, the levels of poverty and so forth. But the only point we make, comrade, is that in the context of the rural province like Eastern Cape, we can't afford, comrades, to have government or organization captured by business interest or any other interest. Because in Eastern Cape, comrade, the fortunes of the people are linked to the capacity and the capability of the state. When the money meant for roads is repurposed into pockets of individuals, it means people do not have any means of social and economic infrastructure. When the houses are not built and all other forms, comrade, in which the people do not get their service. In the provinces, comrades, with higher where they have high economic activism, Gauteng, Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, people can live out of private sector. They can get jobs, they can get this or that. In Eastern Cape, the conditions of the people are directly linked with the capability of the state. And that's why when we say, comrade, in our perspective, renewal should not only be about the structures and the organization that is ANC. It should be about all the institutions of the government of the African National Congress. So the issue, comrade, again, the chair spoke on this matter. I'll be very brief. The ANC, comrade, when ANC elect its leaders, by default, it elects leaders of society. And therefore, the African National Congress must be mindful at all times that as it presents its leaders to society, society must also be welcoming of leaders that the ANC present to itself. That the African National Congress can sprung leaders to society. The African National Congress can impose leaders to society. And therefore, comrade, at all times you must be aware that what we do as an ANC is not only for ourselves. What we do it, comrades, for the entirety of the population of the province. And that is the important part, comrades. And therefore, because society believes that ANC is not genuine, ANC is not capable, what we present to society should always be those who have excelled in service. Should always be those, comrades, whom are the best among ourselves. And that's the proposition, comrades, that we do make. That surely the premium of leadership of the African National Congress should be much more than being a member for a particular year. The second part, comrade, that we make a proposition on, comrade, is that if we accept as an ANC that among the weakness that whom have been identified is that the organization is inward-looking, social distant, and therefore if we accept that, comrade, it will mean the ANC has been alienated from broader progressive forces. And the hallmark, comrade, of what constitutes ANC to be the Congress movement is its ability to provide leadership to the entirety of society. And therefore we must be emerging with a very clear program on how all progressive sectors of the society now going forward identify with the African National Congress. That in the ANC, they see themselves. How do we broaden, comrade, our responsibility of leadership and reflection of the form of that to be the parliament of the people and in the true sense of the word, being a Congress movement? And that's a very important part, comrade, on how we were to reconnect with all these stratas, with all these sectors, with all these constituencies, comrade, that ought to identify with the African National Congress. Because it should be, comrade, that labor, that business, that civil society, that religious society, and all other progressive forces identify ANC as this broad front that represent their aspirations. So that is the task, comrade, we think is important we emerge with. We also, comrades, for African National Congress to appreciate that it does not only lead itself, but it also lead the tripartite alliance, comrade, in the context of our country. All the alliance structures that came today and presented their messages, in essence, comrade, what they concur with what we propose is that we must be deliberate in emerging out of this conference to sustain the cordiality, to sustain the common purpose of African National Congress and its allies in the context of Eastern Cape. That for such to happen, comrade, a very deliberate effort and program that emerge must always be identifiable with all of the allies of the African National Congress. So we step off that, comrade. The other part, comrade, so that I don't, I'm close to your time now. So that, comrade, the other part is on centrality of the organization. Centrality of the organization, comrade, mean whether we may elect the most capable to be at the helm of the African National Congress. Without the organization, there is nothing we can achieve. That there is no individual, comrades, whether that person, how much brilliant he or she is, that can achieve these collective interests of the people alone. And therefore we require, comrade, an organization called African National Congress that is strong, that is united, that is campaigning, that is alive. And that is why, comrade, the document seeks that we must have a very honest discussion. Are we appropriately organized as an African National Congress? Are our structures appropriately put such that, comrade, they can service the membership of our own organization? And that is why, comrade, we think we must pay a particular attention to the organization, because it is the African National Congress that it is the center of power. Also, comrade, Chair, I won't speak on this, has spoken on combating of factionalism. We propose, comrades, that we cannot afford to institutionalize factions such that they are identifiable, they have logos, they have leadership, they have manifesto, they have rallies, and the organization is tolerant of these factions whom are self-serving. That the organization has got to make a decision. It's either the organization triumphs and the faction ceases to exist, or the opposite is true, that the organization becomes pieces of factions and the organization is no longer recognizable. So we step off that, comrade. And on the democratic centralism, comrades, the only proposition made is that the organization must insist on arriving out on all of its decisions through a democratic participation of its members. But once the decision has been taken, leadership must have courage to enforce the line. That while all of us must participate in formulation of the line, once the line is formed, if leadership is unable to prevail in implementation of the line, it is inviting chaos. That line, when it is implemented, it should not matter who you are. It should not matter how powerful you are. The line must be implemented consistently, must be implemented in the same manner, and everyone, comrade, must understand that leadership must whip everyone into line. So the point is, comrade, at the formulation of the line, it must be democratic, the formulation of the line. At the enforcement of the line, centralism must kick in. So that is the proposition. Now, comrade, on unity and purpose, the issue raised there, comrade, is that on unity and purpose, the unity we talk about, comrade, must be the unity whom is a product of the commission that must sit. I think as per program, tonight we are going to go to commissions. So the commissions, comrade, the product of any conference, comrade, it is a unity that all of us must be working for. Any other unit, comrade, outside of the political program, it is an artificial unit. It is an arrangement. It's a deal making. The unit we are referring to, it's a unity of the program of the organization that must unite us in its implementation. That is the proposition, and we stop off that, comrade. Then, comrade, on the second last matter is just to say, comrade, through the eye of the needle goes at length, comrade, on how the African National Congress must elect its leaders and that responsibility entrusted to branches and delegates. The proposition there, comrades, is that we must, as a conference, ask very hard questions. That when we emerge, comrade, with the year of the Keida from Mangaung, to which extent have been able, comrade, now to say in this decade, this assembly now is an assembly of cadres that have been sufficiently trained, that have capacity to take ownership and lead on matters of African National Congress. So that matter, comrade, is a very important issue that it does not escape us. Second, comrade, on that matter is a proposition that the matter of one branch, one member, one vote, that matter, comrade, we must resolve on. Because that matter means, comrade, the owners of the organization, whom are its members, it's them, comrade, who make determination about the affairs and the content of their own organization. And therefore, comrade, that matter will take us very forward of one member, one vote. And the last issue, comrade, that we speak into so that I step off, comrade, is the importance, and I hope the Okanchan report does carry this part, comrade, is an importance of assessing when we meet in any platforms, whether it's in a branch, in a region or province, to make a thorough assessment of whether what we resolved on, comrade, 4 or 5 years back, to which extent have been able to implement such resolves. So that we avoid, comrade, at all times to put the horse before the cart. And we must then, comrades, be able to say, what are the assignments, what are the tasks that are required to renew our organization? And therefore, comrade, the form that must emerge must be a form informed by this scientific assessment of the progress we've made, of the task of the moment. And that is the proposition, comrade, made. Renewal Chair has spoken on that, and I think it's the matter we started, comrade, on around the renewal of our structures, because we want to make a very strong proposition that it is insufficient, comrade, to speak about the renewal of only the African National Congress and not take into account the leagues of the African National Congress, the institutions of government in which the African National Congress is responsible for. That when we refer to this issue, comrade, we must be appreciating that we are now moving from a base of below 50% for African National Congress to retain power, because in the document much earlier on, comrades, we argue that the National Democratic Revolution, the African National Congress, would not have a sufficient capacity and momentum to ensure that it pursue NDR if it's out of power. And therefore, African National Congress remaining in power, African National Congress reclaiming the lost ground, African National Congress advancing even further. It is not only in the interest of the ANC, but it is also in the interest of the entire society. It is also in the interest of the country for African National Congress to not only commit to do all the above stated, but for African National Congress to also be seen to be doing what it has committed. And therefore we close, comrade, in the words of Mao, that let 100 words boom, 100 flowers bloom, let 100 of school of thoughts contend. Amandla.
Thank you very much, Mawetu. Thank you very much. Let's give Mawetu another round of applause, comrades. It is very disheartening when you look at the chairs right there at the back, at the time when you thought we will all be sitting here and listening. Comrade Simotulele Lapatal, I've got your back. Ungaza kum, Comrade Kululwa Kulubele, you must also, once Lapatal aza, ngapha nawe uzuze ngapha. Comrades, we will now break for dinner. We will now break for dinner. But dinner will be ready around 7:30. So there are two things, or we break for dinner. Let's break for dinner, comrades. We will be back. We will be back at 9 o'clock, comrades. In leadership, la leadership here reaches comrade. Comrade, please, comrades. Comrade la patala, ubuzile apa na bag. Phela ungabonakali ngo. Comrade la patala. Simothulele la patala. Yes, a comrade.
the provincial conference that is here to sit now, or rather, is it denying the existence of the original, of the conference that is going to sit now? I understand that there are no answering papers filed, but can my learned friend say that because there is no allegation of the existence of the conference, or rather, when is the conference sitting? Is my learned friend saying, by countenancing that argument, is he saying that there is no conference? And I said, my Lord, and I said, yes.
I think that is his point. I think he's simply saying that the basis for the urgency doesn't appear.
Yes, yeah. No, I understand. It was made in proposition to that. But all I'm saying is that it's a matter, and I submitted earlier on, it's a matter of an iota that indeed the provincial conference is today, it is sitting. I understand it is a very technical argument from the respondent to say, we do not know when the conference is. Or simply, if that was the case, they could have simply filed a 2-page affidavit to say, like even now, to say, no, there's no conference, there's nothing to interdict. Goes on to argue all the points, all the legal points, but it cannot come from the mouth of the respondent to say, we do not know when the conference is. He goes further to say in his argument, we do not allege the existence of the conference because we simply do not know. We do know. We understand that the papers are faulty. That I've conceded earlier on. And the papers were drafted in a haste. But is it a matter that can be ignored? Is it an issue that is it a matter that it can be ignored that there is no conference because it does not appear on the paper? Certainly not, my Lord. And I submit that this is unfortunately one of those matters where the court has to consider the truth over lies, or the truth over the schematic, or rather the systematic drafting of a beautifully drafted papers. In this case, my Lord, I submit that I understand that indeed there is no particularity as far as the agency is concerned, but urgency of this matter is glaring. And this is a matter, my Lord, that relates also to legality.
I accept that as we sit,
yes,
there is a provincial conference pending and you just start maybe an hour or so. And in that respect, certainly it's urgent.
Certainly.
Again, my problem with this application is that the urgency is self-created. I'm not disputing that there's an urgent element to it, but I think that the glaring, to use your expression, the glaring impression that this court has that the urgency is self-created.
Yes, I think earlier on I've debated this issue with His Lordship as to on the yes, on the yes. And my Lord, there was also an argument regarding submission of evidence from the bar. My Lord, I submit that is incorrect. That is entirely incorrect. The reference that I've made to in the papers is in the main application. So it cannot be said that I'm submitting evidence from the bar and that's entirely unacceptable. There is nothing from the bar which I've submitted other than referring to the initial application, which in the affidavit, the applicant is making it known to the court that in my entire, I'm going to be brief in the affidavit, I think that appears on the initial paragraphs of the papers, that much reliance is going to be made, that's on paragraph 4 of the final affidavit, much reliance is going to be made on the initial papers. And I believe, my Lord, this is an urgent application. I do not believe that His Lordship should have been embezzled with a lot of facts that are already glaring on the main papers. Only ours was to come forth and interdict the very same process which emanates from the previous application.
All right, so those are the developments live for you inside the Eastern Cape High Court. You've heard three voices there. It was the voice of Judge Justin Lang, who's presiding over the matter. For the applicants is Advocate Dumisani Scotty, and the defense lawyer you heard speak to us there was Advocate Apla Bodlani. And there certainly is a lot at stake as these matters are discussed. Certainly the fate of the conference seems to hang in the balance depending on which way the judge's decision goes. To help us understand exactly what's at stake is Lucanio Vanga, who is our political analyst. I'll bring him in just a moment, and we're also going to cross live to our reporter Samkele Maseko, who is live for us at the conference itself, where we understand the discussion documents have been accepted, and then a little bit later on, the credentials are going to be accepted around 9 p.m. this evening. So let's perhaps start then with Lukhanyo. Lukhanyo, you and I for the last maybe 2.5 hours or so have been watching these developments intently. We'll get to what was said within the conference and the political report delivered by Oscar Mabuyane a little bit later on. But let us kick off with exactly what hangs in the balance from the Eastern Cape High Court.
Thank you, Iman. Depending on what the judgment could come to, it would be interdicting a certain number of branches from the WB Hobosana region from participating in the provincial conference. As things stand, that number varies from about 9 branches all the way up to 40. So depending on what the judge is going to decide what the number should be. So that's what we see from the court. And that could, in a very tightly contested provincial conference like this one, be able to tilt the scales to one candidate or the other, depending on what the judgment could be. So it's a very, it's going to have a very serious bearing on what the conference then decides to do, because even that matter is probably going to change how the provincial conferences run when the judgment comes and it indicates that they've been granted the application that they went to seek. So now that means the organizers would have to, remove those particular delegates and also make sure that they don't continue to participate in the conference.
Well, let's go back to court then. Lukhanyo, you and I will stand by as we observe these proceedings.
That answering papers were filed on the 5th of May, sorry, 5th of April.
Yes, my lord. No, we're not disputing. But only what we are saying is that those answering papers, it was approximately 6 or 8 page answering affidavit. It was only speaking to the interdict part, which is the first, part A of the notice of motion. They were yet to file in respect of part B. And even if his lordship can, in between now and then, spend some time reading the affidavit, it only speaks to why the interdict should not be granted and nothing else. Therefore, they cannot have their bread buttered on both sides. And beloved, there is, I must confess, there is a mistake, and I heard from my instructing attorney, which I did initially regarding the abandoning of the abandoning of prayer number 3, which I will submit in the end. In any event, in my argument, I've made out a case for it, which is, I'm told by my instructing attorney that the prayer number 3 relates to the interdict part of the application. And in that, I'm going to request, for an amendment. I beg your pardon? Yes, I understand, and it was to my mistake that I abandoned prayer 3, that I'm told that prayer 3 relates to the interdict part of the application, which is interdicting the relevant candidates which are appointed out of the unlawful process from participating in the structure. And I submit, my lord, my learned friend, or rather my opponents, are not going to be inconvenienced by that or suffer any prejudice in relation to this prayer being accepted again. And if yes,
are you attempting to recover that relief, as it were, in which eventually the colleague would need a further opportunity to address the court?
He may be afforded an opportunity to address the court, but what I'm submitting is that even if he were to re-argue the matter again in this specific part, throughout all the arguments in this application, we've been arguing about interdict. And my learned friend is giving you reasons why an interdict should not be granted. Merely what I'm requesting his lordship is to include that paragraph as the interdict part and correct the words interdict to be read as interdicted.
I'm not going to accept that.
Okay, thank you, Mark. But in as far as the reply is concerned, those are my arguments.
Thank you. Council, thank you for your submissions. Please, an opportunity just to consider the arguments made, and we'll hand down an order don't know when, but not specifically something.
May I make a request that the order be delivered electronically, ma'am?
Electronically?
Electronically, yes.
Well,
Be emailed to the respective attorneys.
Sorry.
We will wait from, and I'm speaking for the respondents team, we'll wait to hear from your Lordship's clerk as to when will judgment be delivered. Otherwise, we undertake to wait in the court present.
Yes, that will be the usual manner.
As it pleases
the courts will hand down judgments in the live hearings.
Thank you. Thank you,
But obviously, the order itself, once it's been typed up, will be distributed to the clients.
Thank you.
As it pleases you.
This court is adjourned.
All right, so there you have it live for you from the Eastern Cape High Court. Justice Justin Lang now going to take some time to consider arguments from both sides and then issue an order. Lucanio is with me, and as well as our reporter, Abangile Janchis, from the court. So we'll see who will line up first, and we'll go straight to them. But perhaps we'll start with you, Lucanio. Is it likely that we're going to have this order by 9 o'clock tonight, which is what the expectation is for where those credentials will be accepted at the conference?
Yes, Iman, I believe so. It's not a very complex case that was presented before the judge today. I think the judge will be very quick to make up his mind. In fact, I think he should have given an extemporaneous decision and dismissed the case right there and then. But he still wants to apply his mind. I don't think it's a very complex matter.
And I'm sensing in the way that the brevity with which you've answered, that you have a feeling which way this is likely to go. What are your thoughts, Lucanio?
I think it's going to be dismissed on the question of urgency. They were unable to meet the question of urgency. They didn't make out a case for urgency in their papers. And as a result, their case is going to be dismissed because of lack of urgency.
You know, at times like this, it's really important, I think, as a way of informing and educating the public, who runs the show when it comes to these matters. I mean, who is litigating on behalf of the ANC? Whose responsibility is it to deal with matters such as what's arisen today?
According to the ANC constitution, only the office of the Secretary General is empowered to litigate on behalf of the ANC. So during their processes and how they set up their structures, they always appoint a legal person that undertakes those litigations on behalf of the ANC. And that person in court we saw today is Mr. Krish Naidu, who's the instructing attorneys to the advocates that are representing the ANC. So that is always the person that is going to litigate on behalf of the ANC. Many other litigants can be able to go to court and take the ANC to court. And in this instance, it's branch members of disbanded BECs in the region of WB Khubusana in the Eastern Cape. So those are the persona dramaticae that are at play here today.
Again, pardon, my naivety when it comes to legal matters, but my reading of the application made, particularly by Advocate Dumisani Scotty, where in that last breath he was saying about the omission of, or the lack of mentioning Prayer 3, which seems to be the axis upon which this entire application rotates. I mean, was that an oversight on his side, or do we just chalk it down to, that these matters have been hastily assembled and brought to court?
You know, the question of haste in setting up the papers could be able to justify some of the omissions that we saw from the advocate for the applicants today. However, there seems to be a very casual way in which they are dealing with this litigation. They are omitting a lot of things. They neglected to mention and articulate all their grounds for urgency in the main papers that they filed. Secondly, they also omitted to specify when is this conference that they are seeking to interdict these branches from participating in. And the third one is omitting the core of their arguments, which is Prayer 3. So there's a very casual way in which they are litigating this matter. And that's why I feel that the judge has a very simple case in front of him and is probably going to dismiss this matter.
I was checking in with our reporter while we were listening to court proceedings, Lukhanyo, about whether this parallel intervention or pursuit of an intervention has any sort of resonance within the conference itself. And barring our crossing earlier on, in which our reporter chatted to Stella Ndebeni and Gwede Mantashe, of course, was delivering his address to the conference, there were references to it. But, you know, as it stands up until this point, it doesn't seem to have really been a captivating issue, let's put it that way, within the conference itself. But it is, as you say, you know, an issue that in a way could have a material effect on the outcome of the province, the provincial executive, you know, being elected. You know, is it something, do you think that, you know, it's just being masked as an important issue within the conference, and that actually there certainly is a lot more at stake than anyone's letting on?
Yes, but the way the ANC always does its things is that it steams right ahead until a court decision interdicts them. In the absence of that court decision, they always steam right ahead. But I hope, and certainly do hope, that the conference organizers and the conference steering committee are making contingency plans just in case the decision goes against them, so that they can be able to, you know, accommodate some of the judgment, the directions in the judgments that may come their directions. If they're failing to do so, then, you know, planning to fail means that you're planning, you know, you're going to definitely fail. Yeah. So they're going to steam ahead. They're not going to pause their conference. They're not going to, you know, look at what's happening in court until an interdict comes that tells them to stop and act in a certain way. Outside of that, they're going to steam ahead with this conference.
And again, I think it's only fitting, Lukhanyo, that you share with our viewers, you know, just the importance of this moment. And we certainly heard, you know, echoes of it in the arguments that were proffered to the judge, that the participation of these affected regions, this affected region, or regions rather, the Chris Hani and the other region as well, the membership that's represented there certainly has a, you know, keen impact on the outcome of the selection of a chair. And so, you know, the reason why this has to be pursued with some urgency and some haste is in order to prevent, you know, some issues further down the line. Maybe just outline what the potential risk is if this is not resolved now.
The potential risks that you face is that the conference could be contaminated by the presence and participation of these delegates. And especially in this hotly contested and closely contested conference, if the numbers boil down to very minimal differences between the winner and the loser, just what like we got in Nazareth when Esma Khashule won by a margin of about 17 votes. So if that's the case, and we have these participants that whose standing was not, you know, clarified and might be brought into question, and we're talking about numbers of about 40 for WB Fumusana, and we're talking about 90 for the Chris Hani region in terms of branches. This could be serious numbers that have a material you know, effect on the outcome, in that the question of materiality could be so drastic that they could flip the conference to in favor of one candidate or the other. And that could mean that they would have to go back and rerun this entire conference. And we saw how much effort went into putting together this conference. It has been postponed twice already. This is the third time that they go to trying to go to conference. If they were to rerun this conference, the ANC doesn't have a lot of money. They might be unable to rerun this conference.
Certainly a lot at stake, Lukhanyo. Stand by for me and let's go then to SABC News reporter Samkele Maseko, who's at the conference. Samkele, good evening to you, and just share with us the developments that have been taking place inside the conference while we've been looking at the developments in court. And the last time we were there, we were listening to the conclusion of Oscar Mabuyani's delivery of the political report, and you've been hearing the submission now of the discussion documents. But before we talk about that, let's just talk about what the mood is. Is anyone paying attention to what's been happening in court?
Well, essentially, you've got delegates of the ANC coming from branches. You know, they are singing, they are going back into conference plenary now. Their dinner time is over. As the court proceedings were going on, they were having their dinner to go back to go back to conference and essentially for the credentials for this conference to present it for ANC members to finally adopt credentials, because a conference essentially starts and begins once conference have adopted by plenary, once there is that 70% threshold and they meet it, and then they can proceed onto the business of the day of nominating the top five leaders of the ANC that they want in the province to take over, and then ultimately voting can happen in the early hours of the morning. But these delegates that you are seeing here, they are jovial, they are singing, they are going back into conference and they are singing songs pro their desired candidates. I'm just going to ask my colleague Gabi to take the camera off the tripod as we go towards Lula Mangugai Chobi, the provincial coordinator of the IPC, who's going to be presenting the credentials. I can see, I'm just going to ask someone to call Lula Mangugai Chobi for us, who is, Mtebu, please call Lula Mangugai Chobi, he's over there, the coordinator of the PTT. We are going to go towards the IPC, the PTT coordinator, that is Lula Mangugai Chobi, who has just come back. I was seeing him now, I am no longer seeing him, he was just here, who is back from the court processes that were unfolding in court. He was part of the team of the ANC that was deployed to go to court and to listen to this specific matter that was in relation to this court case. We are going to walk into plenary and look for him because he was sent as part of the ANC delegation. He's going to be presenting essentially the credentials to this plenary here on who is eligible to vote and who is eligible to be a delegate in this conference, in order for them to essentially have, we're still going, please move back. Essentially they are showing their support of their preferred candidates and essentially have those credentials presented in this conference of the African National Congress in the Eastern Cape. So he was part of that delegation who will be presenting those credentials to this conference. Nopal, we're live on the SABC. Mr. Ngwaito, we're live on the SABC. It's the essence of what transpired in court. Will you be presenting those credentials once plenary comes back into session?
Definitely, we are going to be ready in a few minutes to come to present the credentials in the conference.
What will then happen to the Khubusane branch delegates that will be here? Will they be voting or will they still be quarantined? What will then happen ultimately when nominations begin?
That court is going to be liberating the branches of Khubusana who legitimately held their own branch general meetings.
So in essence, you are saying they will be voting and you are confident that you will win that case?
That case is a won case because it was stage managed, by the way.
Staged by who?
By individuals that are bought in order to collapse the ANC, not only in the Eastern Cape, but nationally.
Who are those individuals, Mr. Nguraito?
You will know better than I do.
You are making the allegation, not me.
Not an allegation. The counter-revolution is on high speed. The counter-revolution is attacking the ANC left, right and center. And it's part of the machinations of the counter-revolution, what is happening.
It's just satisfaction of, is it not just satisfaction of your members? And
not at all, not at all, not at all.
So you are accusing some of your own members who are inside this conference.
Counter-revolution works within the structures of the ANC in the first place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nguraitobi. That is Mr. Lula Nguraitobi, who is the coordinator of the PTT in the province. There are some whom are showing change signs for Oscar Mabuyane to leave. There are some who are showing Oscar Mabuyane to come back. As you can see, Lula Nguraitobi as well dancing with those whom are calling for a second term for Oscar Mabuyane. Then that will essentially be it with those ANC members calling for a second term, others saying that he must leave. There are discussions between Lula Nguraitobi, between Oscar Mabuyane, between Babalo Matigizela and Mlibo Komishiane, and Baba Lula Nguraitobi saying that those credentials will definitely be presented. Back to you in studio.
Thank you very much, Samkele. And it's interesting, the comment made there that these proceedings in court appear to be stage managed. You heard Samkele trying to get some answers as to who was stage managing this. What we do understand is that those bringing the application are in support of the contender for the ultimate position in the Provincial Executive Committee. Would be Mr. Madikizela. All right, we'll come back with more from inside the ANC's Provincial Elective Conference happening there at the
April 2022. The respondents opposed the application and filed their answering papers on or about 5 April 2022. To that effect, they sought the dismissal of the main application with costs. The applicants consequently filed their replying papers on the same date. Mjali J issued a Rule Nizai on 7 April 2022 with 3 May 2022 as a return date. On 3 May 2022, the matter was postponed until 31 May 2022 for argument. From the present application, it is not clear when the applicants first became aware of when the provincial conference would be held. For an event of such magnitude and importance, it can be safely assumed that the applicants have not just come into knowledge thereof. The date would have been known well in advance. Importantly, the applicants were aware by as early as 5 April 2022 of the respondents' stance in the matter. From their answering papers, they very clearly opposed the relief sought by the applicant. It is not evident from the applicant's papers in the present application why they waited from that date, the date of the order, 7 April 2022, until late last week, the week that has just passed, before doing anything about the situation. If the applicants had properly considered their position in relation to the opposition demonstrated by the respondents, then it would not be unreasonable to have expected them to have taken further steps well in advance of the date of the provincial conference. Instead, the present application was brought replete with shortcomings. The relief sought in the notice of motion is far from clear. No amendment was sought to clarify its meaning, and the applicants relied instead on council submissions from the bar. The present application is based on the founding affidavit of the first applicant. There are no supporting or confirmatory affidavits from the remaining applicants. No reference is made to the Anc'S, and the court is left to second guess their true import and relevance. The date itself of the provincial conference is not mentioned, as pointed out correctly so by the Respondents' Council. In short, the papers fail to dispel the impression that any urgency that attends this matter was entirely self-created. The applicants have failed to satisfy the requirements of Rule 612B. Crucially, they have failed to demonstrate why they would not be afforded substantial redress in due course. If the applicants are indeed of the belief that the attendance of the branch delegates at the provincial conference would be unlawful, then nothing would prevent them from taking the decisions to be made at the provincial conference on review at a later stage. However, pending the court's determination of the issues pertaining to the Rule Nizai in the main application, the applicants have not indicated a basis upon which this court can be approached on an urgent basis for the relief sought. In the circumstances, the court is not prepared to deal with the matter any further. The respondents sought costs for 2 counsel. The court is not of the view that 2 counsel were warranted. Consequently, the following order is made. A, the application is struck from the roll, and B, the applicants are liable for the wasted costs thereof. The court is adjourned.
All right, interesting developments there, and I think Lukanya called it a little bit earlier. Of course, it has been struck from the roll, that application, and the applicants are now responsible and liable for the costs incurred in bringing this piece of litigation into the Eastern Cape High Court. I think, as you heard throughout their submissions earlier on in the program, and we brought you live coverage of the developments inside court, this certainly was an issue that sort of arose pretty early on, and that the court, as you heard the judge say there, was left to second guess exactly what it is that they were seeking. This notion of urgency was self-created by them because they've had since the 7th of April, with the knowledge of when this conference was going to take place, to then proceed with the type of action that they were proceeding with today. And I think there you have it. That's the decision. I'm sure that it would be transmitted or relayed in some way to the conference itself. And of course, the credentials are meant to be accepted this evening within a few minutes, actually, in about 10 minutes or so, if the program is running on time. And so it seems as if that process now will be able to continue without any impediment, certainly none emanating out of the Eastern Cape High Court. So it's an interesting turn of developments. The stakes are high, as you heard in our analysis with our political analyst today, and indeed in the days leading up to this conference. Having secured this interdict would certainly have been a boon to those who are the current chair and who is pursuing a second term.
Sarah Bartman is reg achter in die saal. Nelson Mandela is in the middle of the hall at the back. Who's that other one there? And Khubusani. Dr. Khubusani is on the back at the left. It's turned back. I can't see, but I see that this Khubusani. Please, comrades, go to your demarcated areas as you see your boards. Dr. W.B. Khubusani is right at the back. Nelson Mandela is right at the back. Sarah Bartman is right at the back. Chris Hani is right at the back. Then on your left is Amatola. Which one is this? Then in front here on the left is Joe Kabi.